嫌いやろ。
スロング最高です。スロングなんでこんなとこにまで。
話してやってくんねえか、サダール。そいつは新橋じゃねえんだ。
僕なら噛まれてもいいってことですか。ケリーさん、本当にごめんなさい。
さて、行き先は？
ってもしかして僕またメガネだけになってない？
Want to see something cool? Isn't it cute? Let's see what other sea creatures we can discover. What beautiful scenes are hiding under the sea? Let's explore the Undersea mystery. Play matches and complete missions to earn tokens. Then use them to observe sea creatures and unlock them in your guide. The more you discover, the more rewards you can claim. Make sure to check in often, because rare sea creatures will periodically generate extra tokens. In Battle Royale, the adventure starts before you even land with a brand new whale-themed airplane. On Bermuda, look for mysterious whirlpool entrances that take you to the fresh, cool undersea realm. The high-tier loot zone becomes the Hydro Zone, surrounded by towering water walls. Don't worry though, you and your bullets can still pass through freely. Giant whales will also fly across the sky and drop bubble airdrops as they fly by. And yes, you can fish mid-match. Fishing spots will appear around the map, letting you reel in fish or even loot. Find upgraded fishing spots for even better rewards. Some fish will even follow you after you catch them and grant special buffs. Plus, there's a new event weapon, the Hydro Blaster. Hold fire to spray a continuous, super accurate water beam. When you run out of ammo or reload manually, a QuickTime event will pop up. Hit it to fast reload and gain a buff. Some other weapons can get this QTE reload too, so try them out when you find them. In Clash Squad, the Hydro Blaster is also available, along with the same QTE reload bonuses on select weapons. The Undersea Realm joins the Bermuda map pool, and cyber airdrops and spawn areas get themed visuals too. The ocean secrets are waiting for you to discover. Expect the unexpected. Random events may now pop up in Clash Squad to shake things up. You might start round 1 with 1,000 cash, get a random melee weapon each round, receive blue walls over time, and more. Good news to all tactical market enthusiasts. You can now deploy a tactical gadget right at your position with a simple tap. Fast and easy. Meet Ray the Watchman. Wielding both sun and moon power, he's on a mission to scatter the darkness. His active skill, Bond of Eclipse, tags the first unbound enemy hit in a fan-shaped area and creates a link with them that only Ray and the target can see. If Ray reduces the tagged enemy to a certain HP or below, they get instantly knocked down. If the target is knocked down or eliminated while tagged, Ray's skill resets immediately. For more skill adjustments, here's a quick overview. Some weapons have received balance changes. Check them out. Say hi to Pyro, your new fiery companion. Log in daily to watch Pyro grow and earn rewards. You'll meet Pyro for the first time when you open your profile. Choose Pyro's personality, drag them around your profile or lobby, and watch them pull off all kinds of cool moves. Pyro has 3 states: active, faded, and inactive. Daily logins keep Pyro active. Missing logins dim the flames, and staying away too long makes Pyro inactive. No worries though. Log back in and this little flamehead will jump right into action. Every login boosts Pyro's EXP. Keep it going and Pyro will level up from a tiny spark to the ultimate fire puncher. You can also unlock new looks and accessories to give Pyro even more heat. Presets will no longer be locked in once matchmaking starts. Even better, you'll be able to adjust them in the cabin or before the first CS round starts. However, you'll not be able to switch presets once you've used the loadout. Don't forget to tap the preset button to check out what presets your teammates are using before making your choice. In-match quick messages are now smarter and will suggest messages based on what's happening on the battlefield. Tap on the message to send it out to teammates. Some messages will even auto-mark enemies on the mini-map for you. See a player with impressive stats at the end of a match? You can now invite them to your team right from the match results page. Team invites are also smoother. If you accept a booking request while you're in a match, you'll join your friend's team as soon as your current match ends, so you'll never miss an invite again. We can't wait for you to try out the improved filter system and new themed filters like Cyberpunk and Golden Era. Looking for a smoother gaming experience? Try out the new frame rate boost feature. If your frame rate is set to high or above, open settings and enable this feature to enjoy crisper, smoother gameplay. If you love the competitive vibe, the new CS custom room updates are for you. Now you can choose a specific map area for each round to get targeted practice. What's more, play and win like a pro with the new ban and pick mode, complete with the new ban and pick feature, an esports-styled CS store, and gameplay rules. And that's it for today. See you next time, survivors!
Ate said the moon and the sun aren't rivals. I still believe in that.
おい、それスノボじゃなくて人体だから。それにこれってケツでブレーキかけるやつだし、吉原大炎上の次は異世界大炎上なんてシャレになりませんから。
バカ、これぐらい犠牲を払ってこそコラボに対しての俺たちの気合が伝わるってもんだろ。
金ちゃんの言う通りある。コラボのためなら尻の一つや二つ差し出して当然ね。
ゲームは終わりだ。
え、皆さん、それって銃？
逃げるぞカグラ。開発チームから聞かされてねえよ。
しつこい男は嫌いやろ。
アームストロング最高です。アームストロング、なんでこんなとこにまで。
話してやってくんねえかサダール。そいつはシンパシーじゃねえんだ。
僕なら噛まれてもいいってことですか？ケリーさん、本当にごめんなさい。
さて行き先は？
ピーク。
ってもしかして僕またメガネだけになってない？
Hey there, want to see something cool? Isn't it cute? Let's see what other sea creatures we can discover. What beautiful scenes are hiding under the sea? Let's explore the Undersea mystery. Play matches and complete missions to earn tokens. Then use them to observe sea creatures and unlock them in your guide. The more you discover, the more rewards you can claim. Make sure to check in often, because rare sea creatures will periodically generate extra tokens. In Battle Royale, the adventure starts before you even land with a brand new whale-themed airplane. On Bermuda, look for mysterious whirlpool entrances that take you to the fresh, cool undersea realm. The high-tier loot zone becomes the Hydro Zone, surrounded by towering water walls. Don't worry though, you and your bullets can still pass through freely. Giant whales will also fly across the sky and drop bubble airdrops as they fly by. And yes, you can fish mid-match. Fishing spots will appear around the map, letting you reel in fish or even loot. Find upgraded fishing spots for even better rewards. Some fish will even follow you after you catch them and grant special buffs. Plus, there's a new event weapon, the Hydro Blaster. Hold fire to spray a continuous, super accurate water beam. When you run out of ammo or reload manually, a QuickTime event will pop up. Hit it to fast reload and gain a buff. Some other weapons can get this QTE reload too, so try them out when you find them. In Clash Squad, the Hydro Blaster is also available, along with the same QTE reload bonuses on select weapons. The Undersea Realm joins the Bermuda map pool, and cyber airdrops and spawn areas get themed visuals too. The ocean secrets are waiting for you to discover. Expect the unexpected. Random events may now pop up in Clash Squad to shake things up. You might start round 1 with 1,000 cash, get a random melee weapon each round, receive blue walls over time, and more. Good news to all tactical market enthusiasts. You can now deploy a tactical gadget right at your position with a simple tap. Fast and easy. Meet Ray the Watchman. Wielding both sun and moon power, he's on a mission to scatter the darkness. His active skill, Bond of Eclipse, tags the first unbound enemy hit in a fan-shaped area and creates a link with them that only Ray and the target can see. If Ray reduces the tagged enemy to a certain HP or below, they get instantly knocked down. If the target is knocked down or eliminated while tagged, Ray's skill resets immediately. For more skill adjustments, here's a quick overview. Some weapons have received balance changes. Check them out. Say hi to Pyro, your new fiery companion. Log in daily to watch Pyro grow and earn rewards. You'll meet Pyro for the first time when you open your profile. Choose Pyro's personality, drag them around your profile or lobby, and watch them pull off all kinds of cool moves. Pyro has 3 states: active, faded, and inactive. Daily logins keep Pyro active. Missing logins dim the flames, and staying away too long makes Pyro inactive. No worries though. Log back in and this little flamehead will jump right into action. Every login boosts Pyro's EXP. Keep it going and Pyro will level up from a tiny spark to the ultimate fire puncher. You can also unlock new looks and accessories to give Pyro even more heat. Presets will no longer be locked in once matchmaking starts. Even better, you'll be able to adjust them in the cabin or before the first CS round starts. However, you'll not be able to switch presets once you've used the loadout. Don't forget to tap the preset button to check out what presets your teammates are using before making your choice. In-match quick messages are now smarter and will suggest messages based on what's happening on the battlefield. Tap on the message to send it out to teammates. Some messages will even auto-mark enemies on the mini-map for you. See a player with impressive stats at the end of a match? You can now invite them to your team right from the match results page. Team invites are also smoother. If you accept a booking request while you're in a match, you'll join your friend's team as soon as your current match ends, so you'll never miss an invite again. We can't wait for you to try out the improved filter system and new themed filters like Cyberpunk and Golden Era. Looking for a smoother gaming experience? Try out the new frame rate boost feature. If your frame rate is set to high or above, open settings and enable this feature to enjoy crisper, smoother gameplay. If you love the competitive vibe, the new CS custom room updates are for you. Now you can choose a specific map area for each round to get targeted practice. What's more, play and win like a pro with the new ban and pick mode, complete with the new ban and pick feature and esports-styled CS store and gameplay rules. And that's it for today. See you next time, survivors!
Ate said the moon and the sun aren't rivals. I still believe in that.
おい、それスノボじゃなくて人体だから。それにこれってケツでブレーキかけるやつだし、吉原大炎上の次は異世界大炎上なんてシャレになりませんから。
だがこれぐらい犠牲を払ってこそコラボに対しての俺たちの気合が伝わるってもんだろ。
金ちゃんの言う通りある。コラボのためなら尻の一つや二つ差し足して当然ね。
ゲームは終わりだ。
え、皆さん、それって銃？
いけるぞカグラ。開発チームから聞かされてねえよ。
しつこい男は嫌いやろ。
アームストロング最高です。アームストロング、なんでこんなとこにまで。
話でやってくんねえかサダール。そいつは新橋じゃねえんだ。
僕なら噛まれてもいいってことですか？ケリーさん、本当にごめんなさい。
さて行き先は？
ピーク。
ってもしかして僕またメガネだけになってない？
Hey there, want to see something cool? Isn't it cute? Let's see what other sea creatures we can discover. What beautiful scenes are hiding under the sea? Let's explore the Undersea mystery. Play matches and complete missions to earn tokens, then use them to observe sea creatures and unlock them in your guide. The more you discover, the more rewards you can claim. Make sure to check in often, because rare sea creatures will periodically generate extra tokens. In Battle Royale, the adventure starts before you even land with a brand new whale-themed airplane. On Bermuda, look for mysterious whirlpool entrances that take you to the fresh, cool undersea realm. The high-tier loot zone becomes the Hydro Zone, surrounded by towering water walls. Don't worry though, you and your bullets can still pass through freely. Giant whales will also fly across the sky and drop bubble airdrops as they fly by. And yes, you can fish mid-match. Fishing spots will appear around the map, letting you reel in fish or even loot. Find upgraded fishing spots for even better rewards. Some fish will even follow you after you catch them and grant special buffs. Plus, there's a new event weapon, the Hydro Blaster. Hold fire to spray a continuous, super accurate water beam. When you run out of ammo or reload manually, a QuickTime event will pop up. Hit it to fast reload and gain a buff. Some other weapons can get this QTE reload too, so try them out when you find them. In Clash Squad, the Hydro Blaster is also available, along with the same QTE reload bonuses on select weapons. The Undersea realm joins the Bermuda map pool, and cyber airdrops and spawn areas get themed visuals too. The ocean secrets are waiting for you to discover. Expect the unexpected. Random events may now pop up in Clash Squad to shake things up. You might start round 1 with 1,000 cash, get a random melee weapon each round, receive blue walls over time, and more. Good news to all tactical market enthusiasts. You can now deploy a tactical gadget right at your position with a simple tap. Fast and easy. Meet Ray the Watchman. Wielding both sun and moon power, he's on a mission to scatter the darkness. His active skill, Bond of Eclipse, tags the first unbound enemy hit in a fan-shaped area and creates a link with them that only Ray and the target can see. If Ray reduces the tagged enemy to a certain HP or below, they get instantly knocked down. If the target is knocked down or eliminated while tagged, Ray's skill resets immediately. For more skill adjustments, here's a quick overview. Some weapons have received balance changes. Check them out. Say hi to Pyro, your new fiery companion. Log in daily to watch Pyro grow and earn rewards. You'll meet Pyro for the first time when you open your profile. Choose Pyro's personality, drag them around your profile or lobby, and watch them pull off all kinds of cool moves. Pyro has 3 states: active, faded, and inactive. Daily logins keep Pyro active. Missing logins dim the flames, and staying away too long makes Pyro inactive. No worries though. Log back in and this little flamehead will jump right into action. Every login boosts Pyro's EXP. Keep it going and Pyro will level up from a tiny spark to the ultimate fire puncher. You can also unlock new looks and accessories to give Pyro even more heat. Presets will no longer be locked in once matchmaking starts. Even better, you'll be able to adjust them in the cabin or before the first CS round starts. However, you'll not be able to switch presets once you've used the loadout. Don't forget to tap the preset button to check out what presets your teammates are using before making your choice. In-match quick messages are now smarter and will suggest messages based on what's happening on the battlefield. Tap on the message to send it out to teammates. Some messages will even auto-mark enemies on the mini-map for you. See a player with impressive stats at the end of a match? You can now invite them to your team right from the match results page. Team invites are also smoother. If you accept a booking request while you're in a match, you'll join your friend's team as soon as your current match ends, so you'll never miss an invite again. We can't wait for you to try out the improved filter system and new themed filters like Cyberpunk and Golden Era. Looking for a smoother gaming experience? Try out the new frame rate boost feature. If your frame rate is set to high or above, open settings and enable this feature to enjoy crisper, smoother gameplay. If you love the competitive vibe, the new CS custom room updates are for you. Now you can choose a specific map area for each round to get targeted practice. What's more, play and win like a pro with the new ban and pick mode, complete with the new ban and pick feature, an esports-styled CS store, and gameplay rules.
From the thunderous heart of South Asia to the roaring waves of Southeast Asia, a firestorm is brewing and only one can rise through the fire to become champion. 28 teams, one battlefield, no mercy gameplay. Time for the Booyah battles to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors of all ages, welcome to the free Fire Max Asia Invitational 2026 Spring. I am the Mustachio AJ down here with my brother Neptune, the gentleman Garcia. We're going to be kicking off the show for you guys today. We also have Cribs as well as Lucifer on standby to entertain you guys. Neptune, how you feeling, man?
I'm really excited, especially after that intro. I'm really hyped up right now with what's going to witness in this battlefield.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I do agree. From South Asia, there's a lot of teams that will be joining us right now, especially in play-ins, and we want to see who are the teams that will be rocking it this time around.
Yeah, absolutely. So here in the play-ins, it's going to be the Battle of South Asia for sure. The invited teams will be here next week. We'll walk you guys all through, the tournament timeline as well as the data in a little bit. I'm so excited to be here once again, Neptune. Last year was explosive. I'm expecting this year to be even more exciting. Last year, we saw Avita XKDC from Thailand step on in here representing Southeast Asia. But this time, I want to see what is the response from the South Asian teams, right? Because we know there is quality. We know they have been preparing for this. Last year, we did have a few hiccups when it came to the meta gameplay. Some of them were perhaps a little bit more comfortable playing like how they usually play. But up against the Southeast Asians, you all got to step up your gameplay a little bit. And I think that was a lesson well learned. Let's check out the tournament timeline here to see exactly how things are going to be cracking down. This is going to be week 1, and week 1 is for the South Asia play-ins. This will stretch out through 3 days, today, tomorrow, and the day after, where we will throw in 18 teams, but only the top 8 will make it to next week, the main event.
Yeah, the main event, that's where we have the invited teams joining us to continue the storyline of the team, crossover between regions, and that's where we find out which team would be heading into the Grand Finals. That's one day of Grand Finals on the 17th of May. And again, champion rush condition would be on point for the teams to carry over. Who will be the champion this time around? Would it be South Asia or would it be Southeast Asia?
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely the question, man. On the 17th of May, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's definitely going to be cracking. We're going to be running through the champion rush condition where it is not easy to close the competition off. You can ask GodLike a little bit about it, the tournament format. It's going to have, once again, the South Asia play-ins. 18 invited teams will go through a 3-day round robin. The top 8 teams will qualify to play in our main event. There, the South Asian teams who qualify will meet the 6 invited teams from Southeast Asia, as well as 4 invited teams from South Asia. Obviously, these guys are the creme de la creme squads. It's not going to be easy here. It's not going to be easy there. And from then on, the top 12 from the main event will qualify for our grand finals.
And for the Grand Finals, again, we bring back the Champion Rush format. 80 points would be the target of the team to activate the Champion Rush condition. The difference this time around is the games is not capped. It is not limited. So they have all the potential, all opportunities to be the champions right here, but only the consistent teams who will be able to get that booyah after achieving the Champion Rush condition would be taking the crown.
Yeah, absolutely. And this time around, at the Champion Rush, at the Grand Finals, there's no maximum number of games capped, which means we keep going and going and going until this condition is met. I cannot wait for that, man. And what's all the hustle for through the play-ins? It's going to be a little bit of a challenge because only the teams that make it into the main week will get to taste this prize pool. And of course, speaking of tasting the prize pool, the biggest slice of this $50,000 US dollar pie is 15,000 USD for the first place winners. Again, every single squad that gets into the main week will get a slice of this pie, Neptune.
Yeah, almost a third of the total prize pool will be taken by the champions. But one good news for those who will be introduced in the grand finals, and then 18 teams as well, they will be getting pieces of the pie. But if you look at the numbers, there is a slight difference from every spot. So you need to hustle to get at least one, if not two, if not all the way up into that number one spot, if you don't want to miss out on all of those USDs, because I'm sure these teams are motivated not only with the prestige but also with the dollars that they will be taking home after the competition. But things that hasn't changed will still remain the same, similar to what we've seen in point system as well as tiebreaker rules. The cardinal rule for the point system: if you get a booyah, you get a 12 points, it go down on a second place by 3, and then by 1 up until the 10th place. Unfortunately, 11 and 12 doesn't get anything, so they need to stack up an elimination.
Absolutely, and of course, every single elimination gives you 1 point. If you end up on a tie, obviously the tiebreaker rules will kick in. We go by the number of booyahs followed by the total eliminations, and finally by the ranking in the final game to break the tie. Like you said, the cardinal rules of Free Fire Esports have not changed in a long time. Everybody knows this. Everybody understands this. But can they keep up with what was introduced last year? 2025 was when we saw the introduction of the unique active skill, and this has been one of the most welcomed updates in our esports circuit. The entire squad must run 4 unique active skills. No duplicates allowed within the same squad. Teams now have to adapt and coordinate around different abilities, making team composition so much more creative and the matches so much more dynamic, Neptune.
Yeah, and one thing you did mention about team composition, that's where more of the roles will be taken in based on the active skill that they have. And just a preview of that active skill shows the intention of the team. But intention versus execution, that is the one thing that they need to follow right here. So yes, you intend to win the fight, but how are you going to make it work? But let's see if that promise will be dealt by a Group B and C that will be introduced first in today's battle.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, Group B and C, we've got, once again, the teams from South Asia. So you're going to see Nepal, you're going to see Pakistan, Bangladesh, India, duking it out. But this is only Groups B and C. Like we told you guys, it's going to be round robin. Group A will be in play tomorrow. So although we have 3 days for the play-ins, each group will only have 2 days of play, a total of 12 matches to collect those points and find their qualifier into the main week, Neptune.
Yeah, now that you have these teams on your screen right now, I'm really looking forward to who you're cheering with, because even before the broadcast, I'm seeing chat right now cheering on a lot of teams. So hopefully you bring that prestige as well. You can go and cross over regions. Doesn't matter as long as they are performing teams, because from the way I'm looking at it, even the biggest name doesn't show up big time on grand finals. And we've seen that from last year. Hopefully it's different this time around.
Yeah, speaking of biggest names, you've got Team 2XD, Extreme X, GodLike Esports, GG Instinct. The one that stands out is definitely GodLike Esports, the first team to activate Champion Rush in the TES FFMIC 2026 Spring Grand Finals. Unfortunately, they couldn't get a booyah to close the tournament. Last year at FFMAI, they activated it on Game 7 as well, and unfortunately for them, they took a slow pacing in that final game. They didn't collect points. They couldn't get the booyah. Avita XKDC beat them to it. I'm curious to see if or not they're going to get to close things out this time around, but these are obviously not the only teams. Let's check out more. We've got Autobotz Esports, RZX Esports, Flame, as well as Max Esports on standby here. The Bangladeshi squads definitely have got a lot of the competition stacked up against them, but Pakistan with RZX Esports, one of the most interesting squads, right? Because we know they qualified for the FFWS Global Finals 2024, but due to visa issues, Neptune, they couldn't make it there. But this is a whole new roster that the squad has. They don't have a backup player. This is going to be pretty interesting to see how they get things done here and if or not they qualify for the global finals once again this year.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, stamina is a factor right here, not only physically, but also mentally, because we've seen a lot of teams, especially if they're losing those fights, they doesn't add up towards the end of the day. But we've seen Revenant XSpark get away with that from the previous competition, even the previous one, FFMIC. So there's a lot of hope coming from this team. Tonde Nepal Esports, talk about hope. One of the representatives from Nepal right now, and I know for a fact that Nepalese players out here are rocking and waiting that hard to show what they have.
Yeah, Revenant XSpark, one of the squads that can definitely wake up when it's needed. They had a 10-point head start lead for FFMIC 2026 Grand Finals. Unfortunately, they could not see themselves through on the Grand Finals day itself. They let themselves down there. Decent enough when you talk about a prize pool or the cut that they took away from the prize pool for themselves. But obviously, everybody wants to call themselves champions. And I'm thinking that Revenant XSpark will be looking to make themselves champions of FFMAI 2026 Spring this time round. We're looking at the other squads. Tonde Nepal Esports from Nepal, obviously one of the favorites for me. I'm looking forward to seeing exactly how they represent their nation. But looking at the game schedule, Neptune, we've got Bermuda, Purgatory, Nextera, Kalahari, Solara without Alpine since it's been put to rest. But thankfully, with Alpine being taken out, we get the randomizer for Game 6.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's more of luck that would be put in on that game number 6 if you're proficient on a specific map, but hopefully everyone is already working their best to be the best in all the maps that we have, especially as we start off in the OG map Bermuda. We've seen a lot of teams started slow in that specific map because of the over-familiarity of everyone. Hot drops might happen, but you know for a fact that there's a lot of drop spots available in that game. So I really want to see a slow start right here, just warm up a little bit. They hype it up from the beginning, and then when the battle is ready, when they are ready as well with all utilities, that's when they go in for the fight. And that's just my wish, that's just my hope, but let's see if the teams are also planning to do so, because we have their preferred hot drop or drop spot right here. And again, I'm referring to the hot drop that might be happening in Clock Tower.
Yeah, I totally understand the hot drop reference, right? Yes, the drop spots are going to turn into hot drops if these teams do not steer away from a little bit of drama at the very start of the day. The last thing you need on the first game jitters, the first day jitters, is dropping into a compound with 2 other squads there looking for the exact same weapons, looking for the exact same vending machine that they want to abuse as much as you. So I'm hoping that this does not turn into reality the moment we head on into game number 1. I'm very thankful that we are getting into Bermuda. Everybody's going to be comfortable on this map. It's a map that's well known, and when it comes to the rotations from compound to compound, I think every single squad has got this down already, but the initial drop spots are definitely going to be a big concern here, Neptune. You can see Sentosa's absolutely free. Shipyard, Plantation, Riverside, Mill. I'm expecting to see squads there when we actually get into the game in a bit.
Yeah, I did mention about Shipyard. That's one of the few hot drops where in everywhere you go, whether it's Bullseye or Plantation, you have an option to revive your teammates. And that's where we see often the hot drops that saves a team. But again, it's up to the team themselves if they will follow that script or if they just want to go in a hot drop early on. They want to be that aggressive early on, then it's a 50-50 chance for them.
50-50 or maybe 25-25 depending on how many squads hop on in there, right? And I say 25-25 only because if you've got so many squads within one compound, then maybe even the 25 is a tad bit too low for you, and you want to be looking for that vending machine very early on. Even if you do have the vending machine, question is, do you have enough coins at the very start of the game? I'm hoping and praying that squads do play a little bit of a safety play here if they are going to be dropping into any of those compounds, to at least send one survivor further away from themselves. Granted that one final survivor does not get caught with another squad. It's going to be dependent on luck as well, because first day always has got the chaos in store for us, right? You don't really have a good read off of the other squads. Yes, you do know their preferred drop spots, but you might not really know exactly what's going to happen out there. But of course, you and I do have a little bit of a prediction on who's going to be conquering today, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, both of us did put GodLike in there because of the brand is that big, but it's also motivation for them after a lot of mishaps from a recent tournament. So we want to see them come back from it. But I do have Flame as well as TGR, Tonde Nepal Esports. So I'm really looking forward to how they're going to turn up this time around, as South Asia is going to play this game, especially in the first day. Again, first day jitters, first game jitters, whatever it is, hopefully they brush it off.
Yeah, I also think RNX Esports is going to be stepping it up right here, right? Both of us have got a similar take on that number 1 and number 3 spots. Just in the middle, you think the Bangladeshi squad is going to be stepping it up as well. I do believe there is a big opportunity for Flame Esports here to go out there and prove themselves, but there's going to be a lot of tryhards out there on this first game in itself, on the first day as a whole. But I think you and I both think GodLike has got a lot to prove out here. They are a squad who has been very consistent in picking up those big points. Once again, getting up to the top, unlocking the champion rush condition for themselves wasn't really the most difficult part, right? It was guaranteeing that booyah. So I'm expecting to see a little bit of an adjustment coming through from the squad here today as well, Neptune. Maybe on the first few games, very aggressive to get to the top. But after that, I do want to see GodLike slow things down and focus on guaranteeing the booyahs for themselves. Question is, can they do it?
Yeah, well, let's see though, because that on this play-ins right now, that's not really number one that you need to target, unless you want to show up strong. You want to put a target in your back as well. If you be the number one towards the main event, then a lot of teams might be ganging up on you. So if GodLike will be slowing it down, as long as they get enough points, then that's good enough. It only is when it really matters, champion rush condition, or if they practice in getting in the finals, final circle. Even if they don't get the booyah yet, as long as they find that path, then they might be able to be the champion of this competition. But that's just a lot of probabilities, a lot of conditions that need to be met, because we know that it's not only GodLike who would be that we will be looking out in here. A lot of teams really want to show up, and with those numbers, that's the only time that they'll be able to give us what to expect on the main event as well as the grand finals.
I'm a little bit sad, man. I'm a little bit sad that we only get to kick things off for groups B and C. I'm totally going to miss out on the action from Group A. Group A has got some strong contenders there, right? You've got DP Dominators out of Pakistan. You've got IQTG in there as well from India. And IQTG, definitely a very exciting squad to look at right now because of their roster shift. I'm looking forward to seeing exactly what they can do with that powerhouse of a lineup. But that's only going to be for you guys tomorrow. So make sure you block out your calendars, all right? I know in the esports circuit for Free Fire right now, you've got a lot of competitions running throughout the regions. But this is the fights you definitely want to be tuning into.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, you did mention about the DP Dominators, and they do have a ticket already, the WC, if I'm not mistaken, and this is a good start for them, a good warm-up to find out what would be the best tactics to go against other regions. So if you can just show everything that they have, that from here on, and we might see an explosive DP Dominators. But let's focus back to Group B and C, because there's no more waiting for the battle. And once again, we're jumping in to Bermuda. This is where Free Fire history lives. Fast fight, smart rotation, and no room for hesitation. This is Bermuda.
Let's go, baby. This is going to be the first game of the day. In fact, the first game of the competition. So I'm expecting to see a lot of hustle out there. A little bit of drama with those drop spots as well. Like you said, drop spots about to turn into hot. Hey, this is not a rehearsal match. What's everybody doing at Revenant Village, Neptune?
Let's see, two teams in there already, Flame as well as Total Winners. But that's just a name. It doesn't show the result just yet. And that is where they want to show up as a total winner in this fight. But hopefully they go in for that tactic, as you mentioned as well. Leave one behind for revival just in case they make that loss.
Absolutely, man. And Flame about to throw a little bit of fire here towards Total Winner. Sprints out in the open, but he's got a Max 7 recently boosted up against a Mini Uzi. He definitely has an advantage, but up against the number of players, this is a big disadvantage here for Prince, and he gets sprayed down. Those triple Mini Uzi is getting him out of the equation. Prince, the trade back is strong here from the Total Winners. As Zoic's not gonna get picked up. That instant revival will keep Flame still in the run here as the player on the side of Team Flame, Toki, gets picked right back up. Taj down on the ground, but Azoic, I don't think is going to be dropping right back here, Neptune. So Total Winners have got the total win on this initial encounter.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that they can do right now is drop a little bit close to the next phase of the circle and then block everyone who will be escaping. But Hunter says no one would be escaping from this fight. Total Winners really living up to the name right now. But let's see if they can finish off their opponents. On the other side, Clock Tower, we know Hot Drop is expected here because of the preferred drop spot. But Extreme X is going a little too extreme.
Yeah, this is not a hot drop, this is a hot pot, okay? We've got too many ingredients in here, and it's all cooking up. Extreme X managing to find 5 eliminations so early in the game. We talked about how extreme this Bangladeshi squad can get, and they are proving it out there. But as I speak of them, Tusin, Flicker, both down on the ground. The Super Sniper Flicker, I was expecting him to be on fire from the very get-go, but it looks like he just doesn't have the right weapon in his hands just yet. Sejan with the Mini Uzi goes for the 180, does manage to get the drop as well, but unfortunate for him, will get sprayed down from Raptor up top of the AUG.
And that's one thing. He was waiting for the Battling Dash to cool down so that he can go for the push. Didn't expect the backstab to happen. And let's see RZX from Pakistan. They cleared up Clock Tower right now. And they didn't eliminate the entire squad. So there's still hope for the team. And from what I'm seeing right now, a drop is happening because of that save. But again, similar to what we've seen earlier in Total Winners, they will not be dropping in the same spot. But Nancy, well, there's no Nancy Drew right here. I think detective-wise, they know exactly that they're out of that fight.
Yeah, I mean, GodLike recovering Nancy instantaneously here. Marco has got enough coins just for that one revival, but as I say that, another player pulled right back in. GodLike back in here with a full squad. GG Instinct did not have the instinct to turn around or drop the glue walls. Roof down on the ground. Tiger with the car 98 looking for Marco. Whoop. Finds the first shot on point, but Lou will be able to backstab him with the Mac 10. Vending machines just not available for Marco to get to, and he will get spent out there. The GodLike Esports players just under a lot of pressure from the get-go.
Yeah, definitely. And speaking of pressure, well, I guess Nepal also felt a little bit of pressure from the get-go. Did get 3 eliminations, but unfortunately first team to be eliminated. RNX might be the next one. But as we head over to 2XD from Bangladesh, they're going against Autobotz. And let's see how they're going to switch it up, transform this battle into something that they can win. Because Indus, I think he was trying to go for the shot, but didn't make that flick. And it's Autobotz right now who's bringing them down.
Yeah, Autobotz 5 eliminations strong. Circle's closing in, so they gotta hustle. They've got a vending machine right in front of them, so probably some upgrades before they continue on with this fight. Max Esports up against Flame. Taj on the spray down. Azoic will get caught out first with a VSK arm. Beautiful shot from afar. And look at Toki on standby already for the revival. Only had enough coins for that one revival. Russell gets taken down. But of course, that was the save there for Flame for sure off of that revival. The player's not going to be sticking around nor landing back at Mars Electric, and Max Esports about to overtake them and take control of this Mars Electric compound. But they have to be careful because another squad about to enter the fight. RZX just making their entrance at the very far end here. RZX Esports have to be careful though. The Pakistanis are going to go up against a 10 elimination strong Max Esports.
Yeah, definitely maximum effort, maximum result, and this is what Max is showing right now, top eliminators of this lobby, and with that, I think they have a few more targets in play because of that hit list that they have triggered against RZX, but Eric, a little bit of a miss on those shots, but up close and personal as well, the glue walls block him in, there's a little no chance for him surviving. Itachi trying to fly away to move out from those shots, but they have something to that they have in mind right now. Max wants to go for the rush and not let anyone survive.
Absolutely, man. Eric now with the Drogon. Oh, and the first team to get, or the second team to get taken out. Unfortunate. RZX, the Pakistanis, 5 eliminations strong. And this has been a hot lobby, Neptune. Look at this, man. We have got 10 squads in here. Not full squads just yet. They have to bring their players back in through those vending machines. But so many points all throughout the leaderboard at the moment.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, I'm loving this. No one's being eliminated that easily, but a lot of elimination per player is already being brought in. Mad God going mad right now, and through that sliver of space that he had, didn't manage to get that shot with the Drogon. They're on their way to get their 8, but no one's behind. No one's around them right now in Plantation. As we take a look right now of where next phase of the circle would be, a few preparation is being done, especially for Revenant XSpark as well as RNX. They have taken Clock Tower as well as rather the north side of Factory and Bimasakti Strip, and let's see if that's where everyone will be forced into a next phase of the circle. It is, but a huge shift for the rest of the squad.
Yeah, absolutely, and this is not going to be a big problem at this point of time. All thanks to the team boosters. You are going to be able to get that extra speed outside the blue zone, and obviously the EP conversion is going to help you stay up on your feet for a little bit. Yogi's rich. He should be able to buy back the full godlike squad in a little bit. And nobody else seems to be at Riverside at this point of time. But he needs to be careful, though, as the final survivor. He doesn't have too many glue walls on him. If he gets caught out in the open, it could just be the end. A very early one for GodLike.
Yeah, I do agree. Let's see though. GG Instinct right now instinctively fires back after being hit with that cryo mine, but they're going for the exit. I don't think this is a smart move, especially for the team, but just finish off a Tiger and Flame right now with 2 eliminations. They're losing their HP. I don't think they've triggered that team boost just yet, and they might be losing on this fight without anything that they can do about their opponents. But it's a good thing that they're trying to recover, heal each other up. But here comes a vehicle from the other side. GG Instinct right now rushes in, and there goes the takedown. Only Toki remains.
Oh, GG! My goodness me, GG Instinct with the not drive-by, but pulling up, dropping those shots, instantaneous Valiant dash to put the boys in a little bit of a pickle there, and Team Flame burned up in the 10th spot. Just like that, 3 teams out of the equation already. RNX from India, 3 eliminations strong. Now looking to set this up against Max Esports. They have to be careful here. This compound is just the 2 squads, but a lot of noise could just drag in another. Arman tagged up already. Max Esports trying to back away from the situation. And it's a 3-way battle by the looks of things, as RNX Esports is stuck within the compound itself. Unfortunately, they don't have the numbers on them, Neptune.
Yeah, well, hopefully they will be a little bit strategic right now. RNX split up Arman in the middle. Shoko, though, does have a Winchester. Might be able to not only provide that cover, but also information. But Max is in a standstill. I think they felt the presence of the opponent. UAV has been released as well, so they're a little bit cautious. Max Esports, despite of the energy that they have, Hawker, we didn't see that bounce happen, but through the rim of that door, he managed to get that nade in.
Oh, I mean, 12 eliminations strong already for Max Esports. And they're definitely looking for more. Will Revenant XSpark give that to them? Gopu Up has got the Winchester in hand. What level? We'll have to check it out in a little bit. Arsh with the Groza, unfortunately, just cannot find the angles onto these players just yet. Max Esports camping at the vending machine, trying to probably outplay Revenant XSpark. And if they don't get the opportunity to do that, those revivals are going to come in very easy. The AWM shot will put one player down on the ground, but easy pickup, barricading those windows with those glue walls instantaneously. Max Esports on the recovery.
See, recovery being done by the team right now. A little bit of slowdown as well in this phase of the circle. 30 seconds before the shift does happen. 2XD though, it's not slowing down. Total winners. Platoon has been taken out, but Max is now knocking the doors off Revenant XSpark. They did win out of that compound, puts them in the cover if in case a backstab will be happening from that high ground. But with all the compounds available in Bimasakti Strip, there's plenty of opportunity for them to win that fight. Ice Grenade elimination being brought in by Hunter from the other side. And still, at this phase of the circle with the Valiant Dash missing that shot because of the time turner is still alive.
Oh, but Divine with a God nade out of nowhere. Arsh with a mistake with the Valiant Dash and the M590, but the follow-up with the God nade was just sweet. And Max Esports have to depend on that vending machine. Triple revival. What a play by Revenant XSpark. I expected them to be aggressive to overtake Max Esports and take over the vending machine from them, but instead they played that passive. But thankfully, they did have the advantage when Max Esports came knocking on their doors. GodLike Esports though. Nancy down on the ground. Yogi looking for that recovery as Marco goes in for the pickup. Here comes GG Instincts once again with that vehicle driving up, but this time those shots are not going to connect as easy. Swaroop on, pushing on forward. Valiant Dash in hand. Here comes the surprise play, and for the Punisher, Marco with a sliver of health. Swaroop with a 180, but power is there for the backup, and GG Instinct cleaning up house, leaving GodLike with one final survivor.
And Nobita is the only one remaining. No Doraemon to save him if in case they need anything from that magic pocket. And let's see if GG Instinct will be able to end him. It's Eric from the other side. Max Esports dipping their fingers into that battle, denying GodLike Esports of revival, and we are down to 7 teams.
Man, GodLike off to a slow start here, just getting into encounter after encounter. that they just could not overwhelm their opponents. In fact, they were the ones constantly overwhelmed, forced to play those revivals, just could not find the recovery off of their loots, and finally put down by 2 squads, GG Instinct, as well as the final shot of the Max Esports players. Now ABC, Autobotz circling on in, looking for a couple of extra points here, and it looks like they're gonna find that Valiant dash straight on through, and Mad God finds one with the Trogon. Kunal with the M79 will put an end to the total winner squad as well.
Autobotz really going mad right now, really loving
yeah.
the performance coming from the team, and we were expecting that Max is the only team that would be putting in so much aggression, but Autobotz from a slow start to hard finish, hopefully they finish with a Booyah, might be taking this away. Very close to 20 points, and if they get the Booyah, that's an awesome point, 32 already, but that's just us hoping 2XD would be the next target. On the other hand, N249 and Psycho is down.
Yeah, Johan. I mean, he can spray, doesn't need to pray, doesn't really need a lot of bullets as he's on that X, but Autobotz on a roll, man. I'm going to call it right here, right now. The cutoff for qualifier is going to be 160 points, man, and it looks like ABC's already on a good run towards that BSK in the hands of Fahim, but he could not get behind cover. Car ablaze, shot out of his vehicle, and the squad eliminated in the 5th spot. GG Instinct needs to find that vending machine that Revenant XSpark is camping on, or else surviving this final zone is going to definitely be a big problem for them.
I do agree. I mean, they need to go in for that revive to equalize the numbers right here. But as we look, M79 into Max, I think they were safe just a little bit of a heal gun action as well. But from the side of Kunal, he have great opportunities to make those hits. Unfortunately, he's already lost all the nades. Nothing would be happening in there if that's the option that he wants to choose. And my God, with only a sliver of health being forced onto that blue zone and being taken down as well. But unfortunately for Autobotz, they're left with 2 players, but still managed to go in for the finisher against GG Instinct.
Yeah, Autobotz. For you guys who are wondering exactly who they are, they used to be known as RZX Esports, who managed to really topple Group C during the FFMIC 2026 group stage. But now here's Autobotz. They are showing you that they might just be able to top the leaderboard of our planes as well. Ooh. But Kunal down on the ground, leaving things down to Venom. Venom with the pickup. This is not going to be impossible here. Beautiful play with those glue walls. And now 2 final players on the side of Autobotz. They have to sit this battle out. Max Esports up against Revenant XSpark, and Autobotz have to play their interference lane, but they're gonna have to take this fight. It's Revenant XSpark with the launch pad right up to the top, putting a full 2v4 up against them, but M79, Kunal will get GoPro up out of the equation. Arsh really low on that HP, and now Revenant XSpark thinking twice on whether or not they want this battle up against Autobotz.
Autobotz right now, I think how they work with those nades and M79 is just phenomenal. Kunal in there with an area of effect. It was a little bit too high, but did manage to go for the finisher. Arsh going for the pickup right now, but is this enough? Glue wall 35 to save them from Max. A full squad that is a little bit deadly, but the shift's about to happen, and those who are above Autobotz Esports might be left out once that jump happens.
Oh man, this was a great counter by Autobotz. Thanks to Kunal and the M79 at the right moment. Revenant XSpark just did not expect it. Expecting to go in there to eliminate 2 players. Instead, they lost 2 players on their side. And Venom once again stinging, and this poison has got no remedy whatsoever. Kunal with a Winchester level 3 in hand, looking for those players. Gets a double connection, and Kunal still on fire. Venom down on the ground. Kunal with the pickup, and then allows Max Esports to find a little bit of a recovery on the opposite end.
I'm really loving Autobotz's performance right now, but unfortunately, they got eliminated. Final 2 teams is Max against Revenant XSpark. 2v3 situation. Revenant XSpark on higher ground. I'm 44. Well, he needs to get close if he wants to make that hit, but I think they're keeping distance because of the weapon that they have right now. Winchester and AWM, but Arch with M590 going in for the shot, almost for a takedown, but a finisher coming from Vincent, and it's now equalized, and the clutch from Revenant Revenant XSpark for the booyah!
Yeah, it's the meta of the sniper for sure, and Winston knows that absolutely well. The AWM coming in clutch, Arsh with the distraction, Vincent with the positioning, and obviously the sharp shooting. Beautiful plays for sure. He's waving the white flag not for himself but his opponents. In fact, he's trying to cool them down as he waves them in. Beautiful play by Revenant XSpark, and with the initial pressure on Autobotz, I don't think they expected it to go south, but the recovery off of that was just absolutely brilliant. Although they lost 2 players, man, what a booyah for the squad.
Yeah, I do agree. Max is just phenomenal from the beginning of the game. It's just the defense as well as them fanning out a little too thin in this fight that gave Revenant XSpark that opportunity. You see sidestep shoot, shoot, and that seems to be too easy. But we know for a fact that it's difficult to pull off, especially if you're going against multiple opponents from Max Esports. So congratulations, and this is what we want to see. Revenant XSpark starting it off in this fight with a booyah.
And that's why you might want to rethink your lineup of active skills, man. Sometimes having a time turner on your side could definitely save a life out there in the open battlefields. And you got to figure it out, right? Especially when you drop into maps like Bermuda, into maps like Purgatory, where there's a potential or a high potential for a open battlefield. Not having that time turner can definitely turn things south. But Autobotz, although no booyah on their side, not even the second spot, man. They only got 8 placement points off of this, the 3rd placing, but 32 solid points. And if the 160-point cutoff is a thing, Autobotz Esports definitely looking like they're going to be the first team to get there. Revenant XSpark with a booyah on 26, equalized by Max Esports, who were very heavy-handed on those eliminations, Neptune.
Yeah, I'm really loving what Autobotz Esports did in the rooftop. They were targeting a lot of teams, not only with the Winchester as well as the AWM, but the grenade elimination that made a difference. Everyone who hears that tick, especially if they know that they have been knocked down already, would be pulling away. And that's one reason why Revenant XSpark did pull away, jump out of that rooftop, and they were the ones aggressing Autobotz before that final circle happened. And if they didn't get away from that, they could have been taken out, and they would not have gotten that booyah from that battle.
Down to the very bottom, though, the Nepalese, Tonde Nepal Esports just not clocking in great with those points. And if you want to say that for Nepal, man, GodLike Esports bombed out this time around. And I say bombed out looking at the fact that they are a team very capable of pulling big points here for themselves, right? No chump squad, no junior team for sure, but this just wasn't their game. They just kept getting pressured time after time after time in this Bermuda map, and they just couldn't find that proper recovery for themselves. But the MVP, the one and only Divine from Revenant XSpark, rocking the crow. See, this is what I'm talking about, man. Divine, if he needed to, could have saved the squad, but of course he wasn't alive in that final moment. And he didn't even need to, because the sniper on the side of his team was doing more than enough. Had the chrono, rocking the Alvaro with the splits off of that beastin as well, making him one of the most dangerous grenadiers out there on the battlefield. We talked about the coin meta. He walks in with that Susie as well and has the Moko for the Marcus. Rocking the Car 98. This guy is a all-rounder flex. A bomber who also hits hard from afar.
Yeah, a bomber, a sniper, and if in case needed, he would be the reviver of the team. X-Divine really gives in a little bit of divine intervention in that battle, in that fight with that MVP title. And well, let's take a look on the rest of the squad right now, what they brought in Battlefield. We did see that Valiant Dash, that Riptide Rhythm as well coming from Vincent. Go POP, I guess that's a little bit of a double-edged sword if you have that Hoda. Yes, you can see your opponent, but that's one thing. If they go for a switcheroo on a crucial moment in CQZs, you might be caught off guard, and I think that's one reason why he got eliminated a little bit early in that fight.
Yeah, I don't know if Coda is really viable because in this OB53, you definitely see a very big nerf coming through for all of these position markers out there. And Coda definitely saw a nerf coming through his side. And although he's still viable, it wasn't a very heavy nerf onto Coda. I wouldn't say he's the best active skill to use out there on the battlefield. A Cassie, perhaps to enable the rest of his team members, as he's one of those rushes, could have maybe come in a little bit more handy. Even a Zane on his side could have been maybe a little bit more pressure play possibility off of Gopo Op. But, you know, we'll have to wait and see if or not they make those changes. But when you look at Vincent, man, this is what I want to see off of a sniper on the sniper meta. 7 knockdowns, 6 eliminations, 1 assist, 3,347 on the damage. I'm just a tad bit surprised that Arch didn't get a lot off of those Winchesters, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's more pressure that he has been bringing in into that fight. It's Vincent that is finishing off. It's more of the reverse play coming from these two. Most of the time, it's a sniper who gets in for the initial damage, and then the finisher will be done up close. But because they have the high ground, Arsh, I don't think he is that proficient in long range, but it's a good thing that there's still a combination that would give them that hope. But as we take a look at his teams that really took it hard in the early part of this game, you can see them being forced in the circle as well as a few teams being eliminated. That gives you a preview of what needs to be done if in case you're back in Bermuda in the next game.
Yeah, I'm just looking at GodLike from the start to end, man. This was just a streak of bad luck for GodLike on this very first game because everywhere they decided to rotate to had a couple of players and they were pressured, especially off of those revivals. They could barely recover after that very first engagement. And of course, they went down very early on in the third circle itself. Their run came to an end. They only had the initial 2 eliminations after their hot drop, but after that, you just couldn't see much out of GodLike because of how much of, I would have to say, bad luck they encountered in this Bermuda map. No, it's just unfortunate, right? Because you look to rotate around, you look to recover your gameplay, but everywhere you go, the place is crowded and you don't have... It's like going somewhere without booking a hotel room and finding out that, man, this hotel is absolutely full and you got to go somewhere else. And at the end of the day, you got to sleep out on the road.
Yeah, that's one thing. And they got a 1-star hotel out in there, and they got even bitten by mosquitoes, and that team got them eliminated. And I don't understand the feeling of GodLike right now. There's really at a loss from that rotation. And that's one thing. That's one thing that you don't want to happen for your team. And then one reason as well why some are taking advantage of that. They got control of the vending machine and then just shoot everyone who will be revived. But hopefully in this time around, onto the next map of Purgatory, the spread would give them more potential of survivability. Because GodLike is just going solo on Marble Works, but they do have a little bit of extreme opponent in Golf Course that might be able to push them if needed.
Yeah, man. I mean, this is just a very big flaw in terms of strategizing. If you are looking at the preferred drop spots and then you're strategizing where you want to go, you might get caught off guard as well. Because the preferred drop spots, well, I mean, given to us by the squads themselves, right? So I don't know if or not this is going to be staying true to exactly where they are going to be going out and dominating in a little bit. But of course, I'm expecting GodLike to make a little bit of a comeback this time round. Neptune earlier on, Flame got taken out way too early as well. I want to see them rise to the top once again for sure. I've got my predictions for this next game kind of locked in, looking at the underdogs making that recovery play on Purgatory.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing. For the prediction right now, I think there's a little change, or a lot of change that will be happening based on the performance that we've seen in Bermuda right now. Autobotz really has my heart. And with how they get in position, even survivability is on point. So I'm really loving that they did manage to survive. So I have them on my list. GodLike will still be in there. I really want to see what's going to happen, though, for the other teams who will or who didn't make it to the top of the leaderboard after that Bermuda map.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they only have your heart, because Autobotz ripped away 24 hearts in that initial game at Bermuda. 24 eliminations strong. Man, they were on a fantastic run. And if you want to count yourself lucky, you definitely want to be avoiding Autobotz at Lumbermill as much as possible. if they don't fake this out and drop somewhere else and punish you. Because this squad is deadly. I mean, they're sharp on the CQCs. The M590s are very clean off of the Autobotz players. They're very clean on the long-range fights as well. Very smart with the M79 plays, as well as, I mean, this is how you know if a squad is really good. When they do not waste their grenades, when they only pull it up at the very crucial moments where they desperately need it. And that's exactly what stopped Revenant XSpark from initially absolutely wiping them out on that roof. But obviously, it wasn't enough in terms of rotation because of how Max kind of held that final circle far away, playing that pressure off of that sniper. Autobotz could not get the booyah. But I don't think they're too fussed about it, because when you're picking up numbers like that, booyah has been nothing at this point of the competition.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you can stack up numbers, and again, we're not talking about who's going to end it on that #1 spot. It's top 8, and everyone would be targeting right now by the end of this week. So if you can stack up the numbers, make sure that you secure your top 8 position, regardless of if you're not playing in one specific day. And I guess Autobotz and Max Esports has a few of those already locked in, because even Max has the starter of that Bermuda head-on, and it's only towards the mid-game where Autobotz caught up in terms of elimination. So that's one reason why my mind is being changed right now. No offense to Revenant XSpark. They did get that booyah, but we know that they can pull it off. There's just a few teams that we thought it would happen this time, but we're still hoping. So hopefully that would happen in this game #2.
Yeah, speaking of Revenant XSpark, I think I was very impressed with what they pulled out there. But are they on our predictions? They definitely are not on mine. I'm expecting the underdogs of that first match, GodLike Esports, as well as Flame Esports, to really climb the leaderboard this time round. That recovery play is definitely much needed. Extreme X as well. I think they were performing solid in terms of the eliminations, but way too early. And they got eliminated with only 2 placement points. So this time, if they don't climb the ladder, I'm going to be a little disappointed, Neptune.
Well, for me, it's more of how they perform in Bermuda, because looking at how Purgatory is, the terrain is pretty much similar, other than water, as well as how the flight path is going to start this battle a little bit early if it goes skews, as I wish most of the time. I think they have the fighting chance, especially for Max Esports as well, who really rocked it from the beginning of that game. But I'm pretty sure there's a lot of teams that we can put in those predictions. Regardless, there's only 3 spots available. If we can have 12, we can have all of them. But the thing is, it's up to the team to really disregard all of this. Just pull it away, make sure that they perform, and then make sure that they have that momentum as well towards the remainder of the day.
I'll have my eyes on RZX Esports as well as Tonde Nepal Esports in a little bit, Neptune. I'm expecting a great encounter at Crossroads. I do believe, because, you know, based on some of their past matches, they do prefer taking this drop spot. And that might be one of our initial hot drops that we have to look at, right? Because if you look at the grand scheme of things, Tonde Nepal Esports, they did not pull away many points off of that game at all. They were off to a fantastic start. They got eliminations, and then they got eliminated with no placement points at all, which definitely would have stung for the Nepali squad. We know how aggressive they can get out there on the battlefield, but that game just did not really do them justice in terms of showing how well they can play.
Yeah, definitely agree in that. Hopefully they can change that. I don't know, if they can true to the preferred drop spot, then early engagement might happen for them. RZX though has a little bit of elimination coming from that game #1, so it's more of gearing towards the Pakistani team. That it's also if they chooses to pull away from that engagement, because I think they were eliminated a little bit early as well, so they will be distancing themselves if they want to survive to that final circle. But it's all hopes for us. It's up to the teams right here to pull it off.
Yeah, but I can say I'm definitely very excited, because South Asia is showing us that they are bringing the fire, and the team this time through is Rise Through Fire, right? 99 eliminations on that Bermuda map. I mean, they definitely were looking for those big numbers, and a majority of those numbers obviously were scaled towards the top of the leaderboard, but there were numbers being picked down from the bottom as well, right? These are no chump squads. Everybody's fighting for their lives, fighting for their survival. Like you pointed out, only the top 8 teams out of 18 teams here in the plains get to move on to the main week. We don't have a lot of space here. I'm looking at a cutoff of 160 points, which means every day that you play, you need to get a minimum of 80 points. That's a lot to ask, actually.
Yeah, but we've seen a lot of teams right here who pulls off 100 points, but most of the time they go in for the top of that leaderboard by the end of any stages. But right now we're going to go in onto game number 2. This is where heaven meets hell, and I don't think anyone would be saved as we step in to purgatory.
Yeah, man, at Purgatory, if you can't bring hell down on your opponents, you will be sent to heaven. That's about it, right? At the end of the day, it is all about who gets a little bit of luck to their side as well. You definitely want to manufacture some of that luck. You want to be dropping close to a vending machine. You want to be making sure that you've got the glue balls, you've got the better guns on your side, and you don't want to be putting yourself in a little bit of a pickle too much. But the flight path is going to be absolutely fair to the squads here today. From Quarry down to Forge, opening up the full map for these squads.
Golf course right now being occupied by 2 teams. Well, it's a split of GG Instinct, who's trying to go into golf course and opposing the Booyah Takers from the previous map. I don't know if that is smart, but still, there's a savior for them on Mount Villa. For GG Instinct, Patlu has been taken out a little bit early, and guess he was just a straggler from outside of those compounds.
Yeah, Revenant XSpark, 3 plays still up in the air here, and Vincent looking for the mini Uzi shutdown. Tiger! What? Not gonna get much off of this. And yeah, I'm gonna punch you back to the lobby, my friend. 2 eliminations strong for Mr. Vincent. And off to a fantastic start. Without him, I don't think that Booyah would have been possible. Phenomenal AWM plays. But Gopuop is gonna be shut down by Hunter with the mini Uzi. And this is what I was talking about. Revenant XSpark is working on a very decent split push here on the initial drop, just playing security for themselves as much as possible. And Arman is turning back the clock a little bit. I mean, who needs a car?
Who needs a car if you have 1 horsepower? Let's see that. I mean, that saves a lot. But as we go into 1v1, it's about to happen between Mad God and Psycho. Let's see who's going to win. And I think both of them, oh no! My Psycho does have both M10-14 as well as AK-47, so I don't think Mad God would be smart to go in for a rush, but he doesn't know that.
Yeah, man. Weapon rack doesn't really have much weapons for him. Mad God's going to be depending on this mini Uzi here. He's got the Valiant Dash! Did not use it! They take each other out at the very same time. Very rare situation, but at least he's got a little bit of backup here. Psycho, on the other hand, is lonely. He'll just have to wait for a revival.
Yeah, definitely lonely in that fight. I don't know. I mean, he had the opportunity. If he heard the footsteps, he could have a turn and shoot a little bit better weapon in that battle, in that fight. But again, we are talking about Autobotz right here. Even in the previous map, they couldn't be caught off guard. So I do agree that they are a different monster. Joe Hundo seeking a little bit damage from whatever part of this map, but hopefully the rest of the squad will be able to group, or what their plan right now is just spread out and then regroup towards the second phase of the circle.
Oh, Fahim under a lot of pressure here. Autobots surrounding him. 1 player on that second floor already! Oh! And the Riptide Rhythm ripping his defenses apart, and Fahim, although he had the time turner on himself, just could not save himself from that annihilation. Smart play by Autobots as they regroup at Lumber Mill.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Going into the second phase of the circle, that's where they regroup, and they just found stragglers overall. And it's quite surprisingly, they didn't find a full squad, and they could have been taken down early. Psycho, though, not in a good spot, being taken down again, this time by total winners. As we head into a different part of the map, Extreme X bringing a little bit of pressure onto GodLike Esports, but high ground's being taken by GodLike, as the name persists. And I think they would bring a little bit of thunder to this team, unless TGR says no and brings in the fight on them. Supreme will be tagged up, spotted, and TGR Blue Hero brings Blue God in just as a recovery for Supreme.
Tonde Nepal Esports once again on the back foot here at Purgatory. It is a slow start, as slow as it was on Bermuda, now left with 2 survivors. Looking for those coins and the revivals. Godlike, though, will have to dream with Extreme X as they book an appointment with them. Glue Wall Melt is going to be laid out first. Nobita, can you protect yourself? Yes, he can. Those Split Blitz will not touch them. And a Riptide Rhythm from the back. What is this backstab and who is it? Extreme X being shut down. Yogi with the slam from across gets a double. And here comes Marco. And Extreme X going to be sent back to the lobby if they lose yet another player on their side. A phenomenal play from the side of GodLike Esports.
I don't know. I'm a little curious where that Riptide Rhythm came from. It's not from Flicker because he does have that Iris, and it's coming from a different squad. And that was a failure of that approach. Let's see if Flicker will be able to survive. Doesn't have enough coins to work with, but there's a few in his path, and he might be able to get into the next vending machine in a few seconds. There's plenty of space to work with, plenty of time, but I think some of the teams already spotted and heard him. But let's head over a different side of the map for another engagement unfolding.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it could have been the Godlike player with that Riptide Rhythm. No idea where that came from, but only 3 players were spotted on the side of Godlike. So one could have gone in for a little bit of a backstab off of the jump pad. Smart play here by Psycho with the Mag 7 straight to Supreme. Don't Cry taken out of the equation here for Team 2XD. Up against Tonde Nepal Esports now, the team that's looking for the recovery. Team 2XD as well. Didn't really do too well on that Bermuda map, but decent enough. Psycho, 2v1, Blue Hero still wins out that gunfight up against him. But Fahim has got the Max 7 Valiant Dash straight through the defenses, but they had the numbers to defend. Unfortunate for Blue Hero. He didn't have the backup, didn't have the HP to sustain.
And that's one thing. I mean, if he angled that Valiant Dash a little bit to the right, he might be able to push down or push out Fahim and prevented that revive as well. It reduces the HP and put that firepower of the cord on his opponents. But I do agree, the numbers is not favoring them from that moment. So let's see how they recover later on. As GG Instinct right now dealing with Revenant XSpark and Vincent surviving. But here comes on the other side, Power with an M60 power on him.
Uh-oh, not looking good at all. Vincent taken out of the equation already. Arsh gonna get caught out by 2 players, but what a nade out of nowhere! Arsh with the M79, drop in Swaroop. GG Instinct, though, recovering this play instantaneously. Revenant XSpark, a little bit too far away now for them to hunt down GG Instinct with a great approach earlier on. Extreme X, on the other hand, almost dropping Flicker with those shots. Shoko has got to go in to chase the vehicle with his 1 horsepower.
1 horsepower indeed. Let's see.
Does the horse have the boost?
I don't think so.
The horse, yeah.
Bro, imagine we're going to put that boost, that nitrous on a horse. So, but either way, I mean, it's a good idea, but I don't think that would be something that would be nice for work. But Arman right now, Max 7 Flicker uses that glue wall, but on the other side, here comes a backup, and Hassan with it. Thompson. I don't think Flicker can survive, but he still is recovering despite of the numbers against him. But it's Arman who finished him off.
Yeah, smart play by RNX. He's just stacking those players. And unfortunately, Flicker just could not keep them away. Tried to FGL the glue wall and keep them away from the glue, but they're like, yeah, we don't mind losing a little bit of HP. We just want this elimination point for ourselves. GodLike Esports on fire right now. A lot of eliminations. We didn't see a lot of them on camera, though.
Yeah, I mean, they are elimination leader right now, and we've seen a few of those engagement. So we want to see if they can bring it towards a final circle, survive a little bit longer, because we know for a fact Max is that aggressive team from Bermuda, but not this time around. They might be able to beat down on GG Instinct, but that's a team that you don't want to deal with as well, especially if they're a full squad. But not a full squad would be Tonde Nepal Esports, another takedown against their team. It's not looking good for the team right now, but numbers is still stacking, so they're still above from the rest.
Oh, beautiful. Prince picked right back up here, but GG Instinct Valiant Dash is through. And a beautiful time turner survival here, but Prince did not see that one coming as Swaroop showed up from the back. Sammy just trying to stay alive. Max 7 in his hands, but just no HP to sustain the battle up against 2 players who were just absolutely dominant in that battle. But here comes Max Esports up out to Mount Villa. They want the vending machine. They want to book a battle up against these points as well.
Let's see if they can book the battle. A little bit slow down right now. Max slowly moving in against GG Instinct. This might be a bait. This might be them putting Max in the open for Tiger shoot from, but no! From afar,
Swaroop?
M44. Swaroop tries to move away. I don't think he was seen, and now he will be able to go in near the vending machine, but not enough coins for him.
Yeah, man. Swaroop, close enough, like you said, to the vending machine, but absolutely broke.
Oh no!
Pulls out the binoculars, scans out the vending machine. But no use though, because he needs to go out hunting for those coin machines first. Swaroop up and
was
away.
Not the ones. I mean,
No?
sorry to cut you off. Swaroop was not the one with the binocular. I guess that was the plan. Why he didn't drop directly on the vending machine. He has it directly on him, so it's the
Smart.
opponent's
Yeah.
right to get that location. That was just a smart move coming from him to survive.
You guys just hunting for extra points, Johan. He's backing away here. Eric not finding the connection with the M24. But Autobotz Kunal in a little bit of danger here. Max Esports focusing to shut down Autobotz. Distracted by the one player, but they know this one could just be a guaranteed point. But a smart rotation from Johan. And that's going to keep him away from the crosshairs of Eric for the time being. The connection onto Kunal is going to be pushing him away. And now they're cutting towards that right-hand side. Eric has to be really careful here, though. As he finds the boys, he might find himself in a little bit of pickle as well if Venom turns around. He does not, and Eric missing 3 shots in a row doesn't help his case. Does have the M24 that's just been beefed up by that hammer. And they get one player on their side knocked down, and Max Esports might want to rethink this strategy.
Let's see, though. They might be able to go in and pull away from this engagement. Autobotz is already in next phase's circle for elimination. Doesn't look like the maximum effort that we've seen earlier, but as we switch onto the other side, Booyah takers from that Bermuda map. Divine almost being taken down. A quick recovery. Go pull up right now for the finisher with an M590, as well as using that heal UAV not to be damaged that much. Quick revival onto player of Arj, and they can continue on heading into golf course. But do they have a time right now? And instant replay coming from RNX for the finisher.
Yeah, man. Arman, super sharp shots. Like a cowboy out here in Purgatory. Shut up, Neptune. RNX. GodLike Esports. I talked about recovery, and they're showing us recovery. 7 eliminations strong this time, not getting caught in a lot of those engagements where they were running away, but this time forcing the other squads to stay far, far away from themselves. A decent spot at Quarry. They don't have the vending machine on them, and this is going to be a little bit of a challenge if RNX takes the fight right to them, but RNX wants to protect their own little defensive spot here as well. The circle closes in. Both squads waiting to see exactly where this next zone is going to be, as the rest of the players just slowly circle in looking for a defensive place in this compound.
Now let's see, though. Great takedown. Another instant replay right now, and it is Flame. Despite of the lightning zone on them, they were not faced at all. And look at Marco!
My God.
AC-80 and then headshot, a couple of headshots to take down the opponents. And doesn't even have that much of, like, not so much a pixel to work with. So I'm really loving how they're working at snipers, but it's still in the meta, so I think they're taking advantage of that.
Yeah, nobody told Marco that the AC-80 was nerfed. He's like, huh, what? It still works, man. Autobotz, though. Getting annihilated this time, a tad bit too early. Only 5 eliminations to their side, so that's not going to be great in terms of the chances to make that qualifier if they can't keep up the momentum. Extreme X out of the equation as well, a tad bit too early in the 8 spots. But Max Esports now couldn't get away with the AWM play. Poker backing away alongside Ashbot. Both of them splitting up, looking for a vending machine to recover the squad.
See if they can recover the squad real quick. Revenant XSpark with 10 elimination already heading in the next phase of the circle. But they also might be seeing GG Instinct in there. Tiger losing HP. Not quite sure. I think he has been spotted by Divine already. And we know how Divine is. He will not let this go. Riptide Rhythm doesn't really... Or that's Morse that was triggered by Tiger, but it doesn't save him, and he might be taken out.
Yeah. Arsh telling Divine, I've got my own car, bro. You get out of here. We will all drive into the sunset together. Tiger tagged up earlier on already with that M24, looking for that slow recovery. This is going to be tough for GG Instinct. Very aggressive plays, but that has brought them to a little bit of a halt here in terms of progress. Revenant XSpark is potentially going to be catching them off. And Tiger, barely any HP on him. Gets eliminated by the circle. Unfortunate for the rest of the squads who could not pick up that elimination point, but unfortunate for GGI as well, as they don't get to progress into that final circle. Hulk is going to get annihilated as well. Max down to their final player.
Well, let's see though. We're seeing GodLike. They need to revive Marco, but I don't think there's any chance for them to do so. Thus, they're just focusing on getting in position. On this side, it's Nancy putting a lot of pressure. But I think 2XD had a great deal in mind, trapping everyone into one corner, using those trip mines as well as the firepower they have. And now we are down to 3 teams.
Yeah, boy, GodLike going for the booyah. Once in my life, I'd get a prediction correct. If they get it. Fahim. AC80 souped up with the enhanced hammer. You gotta love that. As they circle around, no compound to play defense. But very smartly played with those glue walls. Riptide Rhythm breaking out the defenses of GodLike, forcing them back into the warehouse. And now 2XD with the backstab. GodLike in trouble. Or will they turn the table onto 2XD here on this gameplay?
Oh, M249 to break down the blue walls, but the thing, it is a table being turned against them. The blues closing in, and they're slowly inching onto the other side. Revenant XSpark taking advantage of all this chaos, and they might be able to do it once again. Revenant XSpark looking for back-to-back booyah, and there's nothing GodLike can do about it.
This time, Revenant XSpark just showing everybody that they are not here to mess around. They are here to dominate. A back-to-back booyah on the opening day of our play-ins. Looking for that recovery play. GodLike Esports just did not see that one coming, and you can thank 2XD for that play, because they pulled in that distraction, allowing Revenant XSpark to take their fate into their own hands. And obviously, they're not going to wait for GodLike to finish off that battle slowly and then book an appointment with them. They took the fight straight up to both Revenant XSpark, GodLike, as well as the final squad in that warehouse with them. It was unfortunate for GodLike, who was looking for that booyah. Team 2XD messed that one up big time for them.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, I think GodLike was a little bit too passive as well on that final moment. And the moment that the glue wall or the Riptide Rhythm take down their glue walls, they were forced in onto that warehouse, and that's when 2XD took advantage. And now that there's no one else to target, Revenant XSpark used a vehicle, and it has been used very plenty of time. And the first 2 maps that we've seen right now, that's what they are using to get close and take advantage and be the third party in that final battle.
I mean, Revenant XSpark showing us that they have got more than enough capability and consistency to make it through to our main week. And obviously that was very clear on paper, but being proven out there by this phenomenal squad. We didn't get to see the flashy, sniper plays off of Winston this time around, but we didn't really need that because of the rotation, because of the tight plays off of their rushes. Revenant XSpark picking up big numbers. In fact, Winston went rushing on in together with them in that final moment, playing a rusher in his own accord as well. And GodLike Esports, a tad bit tickled by it for sure, but it was that recovery play that was very important for them. This time scoring 22 points with the 13 eliminations they pulled to their side.
Yeah, I mean, with that 22 points, they got, or they will be getting 27 total points. We know that they didn't get that much from the previous map, but Revenant XSpark, with that booyah and 30 points, it brings them closer to that 160 that you were talking about. They really want to bring it on, and what a show off to get a back-to-back booyah, but I do understand that's an advantage that they need to take right now. But looking at the bottom of the leaderboard or off this match standing, it's a good thing that no one goes down with no points, but still, total winners, we're expecting a lot from them, but they're not really winning those points.
Yeah, like Vijay used to say, "Valkai oru vattamda." One day you win, one day you lose. That's what actually Autobotz is showing us in this matchup. Unfortunate for them. They scored a great run on that Bermuda map. This time they got down a tad bit too early, only clocking in 7 points. Tonde Nepal Esports still continues to struggle in the fight, which should put them down at the very bottom of our overall leaderboard. It's unfortunate, but we want to check out who the MVP of this match is. Revenant XSpark once again getting the spot at the very top, and obviously we're going to see a player from them. But of course, speaking of the overall standings for Tonde Nepal Esports, that's not the only spot where we want to check out. I want to see exactly where the rest of the squad stand as well.
Yeah, well, on the top, definitely Revenant XSpark, but if we go down in the bottom half, or let's say the bottom 4, the top 8 is what everyone is looking for. Extreme X did manage to tie it up with Flame Esports. Both didn't do that well in the earlier round. Total winners, in spite of losing out, it's a good thing that they vested a few points from Bermuda. RZX, though, only a few points, and definitely Tonde Nepal Esports. Only 8 out of the 2 matches that we've seen.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, Revenant XSpark with the consistency. I'm wondering exactly how far they can push this one, because we almost saw the rise of GodLike Esports to rip away that Booyah on that recovery play. Would have been absolutely decent in terms of confidence building, but they just didn't get there, all thanks to the decision making of the players on the side of Revenant XSpark. So there was some good shot calls towards the very end. In fact, great all throughout the matchup for Revenant XSpark so far. Max Esports doing fairly well for themselves in terms of consistency. You gotta love that for the squad, Neptune. But of course, speaking of loving it, let's check out who the MVP of that game was. Once again, Revenant XSpark with the Booyah, so it should be a player from their side. And this time, it's gotta be the sniper Winston, rocking the Riptide rhythm of that Skylar. Moko Maro, typical sniper build with one big difference. These players from South Asia really love those Free Fire coins. Susie brought in as well.
I do agree. It's because of the potential of bringing back their teammates, but they can use other passive skills as well, because we've seen that there's little or no chance for them to do it every time. But Vincent is the one who's always far away from the rest of the squad. Again, second in MVP right now, sniper of the squad. And if you are keeping a distance, if in case the other three players will be taken out, you have that opportunity to pull away, whether a launch pad or a vehicle or a horse, from what we've seen earlier, then that's where you save your team.
Yeah, you go riding into the sunset, grabbing a Booyah for yourself. I think it is just poetic, man. Let's check out the overall lineup here for the side of Revenant XSpark. Chrono, Skylar, Koda, Oscar. Loving the Chrono, Oscar, Skylar. Still questioning that Koda. I want to see if or not Gopuop this time managed to pull a few extra points on his side. He's rocking the Joseph, Nikita on his side, and obviously that shows that he's going to have a little bit of extra viability on the reload and the speed of pressure and extra layer of defense on Joseph. And obviously he's rocking it as the backup player for the squad as well, as the ones who's responsible to pick up the rest of the team members. So the Thiva comes in handy. The Koda, though, is viable for sure in terms of giving information, Neptune. But at this pace, I would see that perhaps a little bit more aggression can do them well. But as I say that, I do acknowledge they've gotten 2 back-to-back Booyahs. This is working really well for him. And this time, the Koda doesn't disappoint. Rocking in 6 eliminations, 5 knockouts for Gopuop.
Yeah, I mean, that is one thing. I mean, if you have information, you will be able to land those shots. But I do agree, from the earlier map, it didn't work that well. So it's still a 50-50 for that Koda. But if you're already rocking that Thiva, why not add in a Cassie as well, so that you will be stronger in front line if you want to dive in with Arsh. And we've seen that happen so many times. And Gopuop is one of the players who also is aggressive as another rusher of the team. But let's take a look at circle analysis right now, how the teams work around this map.
Yeah, absolutely, man. You know, circle analysis part, I'm very glad to see within the first zone in itself, we did not see any squads falter. We saw the recovery plays. We saw those revivals coming on through. And in that second circle, only one team went down. So this was a very heavy engagement game. But as the game continued on, we saw those numbers just thin down little by little. But towards the very end, GodLike and Revenant XSpark, I have to say, very consistent in terms of the eliminations that they picked towards the very end. And in that final circle, 5 eliminations for Revenant XSpark. They cleaned up house well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm really looking forward to them right there on how they can continue this on. It would be great if they can go 3 maps as a booyah, just to start it off, and that would put them on the board real quick. Put a lot of pressure as well if we see that preferred hot drop or preferred drop spot once again. Because if you look at it, if you're already winning this fight, you can either target Revenant XSpark or get away from them. And whatever they choose, if they like tag those hot drops or those drop spots, then that's where everyone would be clearing away, steering away.
I mean, no doubt at all, right? Obviously, you want to take that hot drop up against Revenant XSpark, but the question is, do you want to play that big of a risk for yourself? Because Revenant XSpark is now working off of not fumes, but a lot of adrenaline and confidence, back-to-back booyah. They obviously do not want to be messed with, but it might just happen at the Intellect Center. But if anybody has got decent intellect on them, they will avoid Intellect Center. They will give it to Revenant XSpark.
Yeah, let's see now. I mean, Revenant XSpark, they are preferring Intellect Center right now. As we look into some of the teams like that we would expect, it's Farmtopia that would be taken by Flame as well as RNX. So they can move away to Boxing Gym, but I think that can be taken by either GodLike or RZX. That's one thing. If you head into the middle, there's little to no chance. There's little to no chance that you can that you will not be found by a different team, because you are dropping in as to where everyone is expected. So the edges is one smart move if you want to survive in the beginning of those matches.
And I love how everybody hates Grav Labs just like me. Bro, the gravity is just not your friend at Grav Labs, and these South Asian teams want none of that. But I think, with that being said, it would be a great drop spot for one of these squads trying to avoid the initial engagements. So if you are a squad like Tonde Nepal Esports, RZX Esports, maybe you want to drop by Grav Labs, man. Maybe the anti-gravity can help you out this time. I don't know, maybe.
I don't know. I mean, if they're that great in accuracy, go ahead, do so. If you have SMGs in the get-go, then that's one thing that you can do right now. But if you're more of an accurate freak, that jump really throws off your game. But talking about game, let's see. In this game, we are looking at predictions. I'm not pulling GodLike away from that prediction, but I'm gearing towards some of the teams like RZX as well as total winners in this fight. I'm not putting Revenant XSpark because I think that worked from the previous game.
Yeah, and I'm all out Vijay catchlines today, Vijay catchphrases. GodLike, I'm waiting. Where is my booyah? I mean, this time they got close enough to the booyah, but I am not too happy with Revenant XSpark ripping it away from them. But I am still expecting Revenant XSpark to be as hot as ever. A back-to-back-to-back booyah is something I know not just is very viable for them. They are looking for it, Neptune.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you can pull off 3 booyahs in this game, you have your matches, your numbers already set. And Revenant XSpark, we did mention at the beginning of this day that they have that prestige already on them. We've seen that from last year. We've seen that in a recent tournament, and they're just continuing on. And the spark is not being snuffed out.
Nah, I mean, and you find it funny, right? A spark should be very easy to snuff out. A big flame, a big bonfire, maybe it's a little bit tougher, but that exactly shows you exactly how strong these boys are, how capable they are out there on the battlefield. And it's very impressive to be consistent back to back and to have big numbers on those eliminations as you pull away these double booyahs is phenomenal of Revenant XSpark. Granted, this is the play-ins. Granted, this is not the strongest batch of squads that you are taking on, and the Southeast Asian squads are not in here to play just yet. So you can go out there and dominate quite a little bit. You might as well flex it. You might as well show off as much as possible. But can you remain consistent 3 games in a row? I think if you do pull that off, Revenant XSpark, it'll be a big slap onto the faces of all of these other squads. And I don't think they'll take a slap that easy, man. These South Asian teams, if there's anything, they do have a little bit of a fight in them. I am expecting this next match to be a little bit more gruesome than the previous one, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, you did mention that Spark can be snuffed out easily. But yeah. I looked up Revenant, and it's a person who returns, or something that returns. So if that Spark keep coming and coming, later on it would be a blaze. So I guess that's what's coming up from Revenant XSpark right now. They are non-stop. The Spark is non-stop, and they are always on fire. Thus, they're bringing that fire in Free Fire right now in the first 2 games.
You know, Revenant XSpark is like the sparkler candle that you put on those birthday cakes where you blow it out and it doesn't go off, right? It goes off for a moment and then poof, it's back up with those revivals. You got to respect what they've been able to do so far, but you're heading into Nexterra, and Nexterra is just one of those maps that's very unsuspecting, right? It does have some of those open grounds, but a lot of these defensive compounds, which will give the spots in terms of a defensive play for a lot of these squads to survive towards that final zone. And when you have a lot of teams surviving towards that final zone, it's just all out chaos. You're taking a fight, you don't know when you're going to get third party, you don't know when you're going to get that 4th squad jumping into the fray, trying to steal points off of the initial effort that you threw on it in there. So it's going to get gruesome, it's going to get a little bit competitive in Nexterra for sure, unless of course you're Revenant XSpark and you just don't go down that easy. I hope we are cursing them enough here, because I really want GodLike to pick up that booyah finally. I've been predicting them 3 games in a row now, Neptune, already. And again, I am still waiting.
I don't know. I mean, this is the last chance for me to give that prediction a hope. Because I think Revenant XSpark didn't get my prediction from the get-go, and they got the booyah. So if that is the case, for the next time that we will be predicting, I will not put them on the board, and probably that's the time. They just want to rub it in our faces right now that you keep cheering us on. So let's not give you that opportunity.
And you know, you got to appreciate how Max Esports, very silent but very consistent with their plays, and they're now already at the halfway point of finding what I think is going to be a decent number of points for you to pick up on one day of play in order to qualify for our week 2, right? Our main week of play. Because I'm looking at 160 points, which means 80 points minimum within one day of play. And Max Esports so far have clocked in a total of 41 points within 2 games. So they have maybe 1 or 2 games that they can throw, but obviously nobody's looking to do that. But you can never tell what's going to happen in a lobby like this. This is the Fire Max Asia Invitational, and the South Asia play-ins is absolutely gruesome. I expected Nexterra to be that, but what I did expect as well was to see Purgatory bring in more eliminations, but it did definitely serve up well with 94 eliminations strong. Will we find more than 100 eliminations here at Nexterra? I sure as hell hope so. For the 3rd game and the final game that you're going to hear Neptune and my voice casting before we welcome Crips and Lucifer in for the final 3 matches of the day. We hope you guys enjoyed this one. Let's go. It's Nexterra time, baby, and the game starts now.
It's fast, it's unpredictable, but let's see if that's something that can be read out by the team as we start off from that flight path from Rushdown to Museum. And from what we've seen earlier, 3 teams are expected in Intellect Center, but I think they are making those change. They want to pull away from that hot drop, but let's see if they can survive from the get-go right now, especially as some of the teams are already dropping in early in this battle.
Yeah, boy, GodLike, booking a appointment up against Flame. Team 2XD is going to be dropping by Grav Labs. They are the ones taking my advice to avoid all engagements, hoping and praying that extra gravity is going to help them survive. But GodLike losing Nancy very early on to that mini Uzi. Marco's going to get this one and punching his opponent right away. Beautiful recovery play off of GodLike here. You're going to be able to find yet another. This squad just picked the wrong one to tickle very early on. Flame is fizzling out slowly. Left with Azoic all alone. But will Autobotz be able to find that final shot onto him? Azoic does not know Autobotz are right behind him.
Well, let's see though. I mean, he's waiting for that cooldown to happen on his Moors. Yogi already have spotted the general location or general direction that he has gone into. And now he's going silent. Nancy, though, I think he did manage to go in the spot. And from both sides, GodLike snuffed out that flame.
Yeah, GodLike is saying thank you very much for not stealing our points away, Autobots. And obviously, out of the pen, into the fire, sort of a situation for the Flame player. He had to choose one Predator, and GodLike was that lucky one. Prince down on the ground, and here comes Revenant XSpark now with an opportunity to shut down yet another squad very early on. This time, a team from Pakistan. Total winners have not been winning many lobbies.
I mean, even a gunfight, so there's a lot of doubt right now for total winners, but I do have them prediction, and hopefully they can fight back. And we are seeing Arsh pulling away from that engagement, doesn't want to be caught off guard. UAV onto them, and they pulled their own guess. Here comes Extreme X putting a pressure on them. Riptide Rhythm, I don't know if that takes down a few of the blue walls, but there goes a shot. Vincent didn't make it. That was an easy one if he just waited for a few seconds.
Vincent with a fake peek, and he got punished by Tusin for that. Vincent down on the ground now. Sejan's going to be pressured by Gopo up here. Has got the Mac 10 in his hands. Hey, Mac 7 turned around, man. What in the world was that play? Sejan still manages to get it, but Gopo Op drops him at the very same time. Tusin in here for the save. Sejan's going to get that elimination off of Gopo Op. Brilliantly done, but Sejan, he got me playing a heart attack here. Arsh gets shut down as well. Revenant XSpark losing that spark here up against Extreme X.
Yeah, when Goku up looks like just like me when I'm playing in Battle Royale. Accuracy was just on the knees down, not even on the headshot, on CQC. So that's what we don't expect from pros just like this. Well, let's see if that can be changed later on. Probably it's the enclosed space that didn't give them the opportunity for that swipe up.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see Extreme X right now encountering a little bit of max effort from the other side. But as we look into the battle, GodLike, we thought that's going to win, met Autobotz, and they lose out a lot. I think there's only 2 players remaining, and revive is needed for the team.
Man, Autobots just crushing it out there. And GodLike, unfortunate to be the ones crushed in that engagement. They still do have 2 survivors though, and Nobita bringing Bakro and Yogi right back in here. Extreme X now booking an appointment up against Max Esports. 2 players down on the ground. The revival is in play. Extreme X will survive this encounter at the very least through that revival. And Flicker, the final player, is going to be fished off. There's just no way he survives this one with 4 players on the side of Max chasing after him.
And Max, again, really aggressive in the get-go. But despite of that, it's GG Instinct right now taking lead, or rather, it's GodLike taking lead in this specific map because of the number of eliminations they have. But looking at how the scores is being taken by Max Esports, they're just looking for opponents being revived, keeping their distance from that vending machine to give an opportunity for the opponents, and they are ready to fight back.
Yeah, Tonde Nepal with Blue Hero all alone. Not sure what the play here is going to be, as the play just got revived. Hit list pulled out, and Blue God's in trouble. Man, Tonde Nepal's not gotten a break at all throughout the first 3 matches.
You know, on the other side, Autobotz is still on a roll. Again, similar to Max Esports, they're just waiting for vending machine. And now in Deca Square, there's plenty of opportunity to take a compound as well as go for a rotate as they are onto the edge. But Tonde Nepal, a takedown has been done. on into Blue Hero, and Ashborn finish him off. Now 5 elimination already for the team. They might be meeting a few more contenders in this area of Intellect Center, but the zone's closing in from that 0 to first phase of the circle. So that might force some of the teams to go in for the battle, and the battle is already happening on this side of the map of Boxing Gym.
Absolutely, and GG Instinct. Instinctive plays have gotten them 6 eliminations so far. Powered and up through power. 3 eliminations strong. Rest of them all pretty active at Boxing Gym. Just going to camp here for a little while before the circle drags them away. We've got the vending machine. Problem here at Boxing Gym is just too many entries in here.
Yep.
And they'll have to waste a lot of these glue walls trying to protect their spot. But thankfully, there's just nobody else around their compound for them to worry about at this point of time. Not so sure why that moss was popped, but the stealth bites at least helps him sneak around his own compound around his team members.
I don't know. Stealth bites really bites. Probably a misclick coming from Power right there. But as we look at the map right now, we're just waiting for it to to close in and show us the next phase of the circle. One potential area that everyone can go into is Farmtopia. It's in the middle, and a lot of teams are scanning it out with those binoculars. But Max Esports is going back to Intellect Center. I think they want to guard that vending machine while still dealing with Revenant XSpark, and they're still in the edge. A huge shift though for the rest of the squad up north, and they're heading into Twin Bridge.
Oh, Nancy's going to be in a little bit of trouble here. Revenant XSpark just beside him. If I were you, Nancy, I'd get out of there. Revenant XSpark will not be messing around. They're looking for those big points once again, and GodLike need you on their side. Oh, Nancy spotted out. Nobody's going to take those shots just yet. Oh, thank goodness for the GodLike player. For the time being, they will survive. GG Instincts, on the other hand, picking up their 7th point here. Patlu down on the ground. Extreme X with a shot from afar. The VSS finding the connection. Patlu too far out in the open, so it's not going to be able to get to him. And Extreme X now have spotted their next victims, and they're approaching from this high ground advantage. But GG Instinct do have a defensive spot here.
Oh, no.
At the gas station. Swaroop down on the ground. Power, time turner, advantage. Smart plays on the glue wall, but it's not going in for the save on to Swaroop, and he gets knocked down as well. Beautiful play from Extreme X. 2 extra points in the bag for them.
Yeah, I mean, a flicker right there, switching it up with the VSK and AWM. He just have that firepower and accuracy from outside of that area. And that's just questionable on how they're treating that. They could have moved a little bit early, even knocked down on one of the players, and worked with the terrain and not just the glue walls. Because definitely the glue walls expose your path, and that's what Extreme X was aiming for. But for GodLike right now, well, it's not only the path that is being opened up, but also the airdrop that's in front of them. But Max Esports is trying to stop them, but will they be able to do so?
Yeah, GodLike looking for a little bit of extra loot here, but this is gonna be so risky, man. You are out in the open. Max Esports staring down at you. Tonde Nepal Esports in the vicinity as well to take advantage, but GodLike backing away at the right time here. They've got a horse to depend on, and you gotta appreciate that.
Yeah. Well, let's see though. I mean,
You can hear the horse from.
You didn't mention about
You can bring the horse to the water. No, not the right time for that yet.
Not yet, not yet. Well, let's see. Revenant XSpark.
Oh, this was going to be a big one.
Battle between 2 players, 2 teams from India, and this is one payback that GodLike has been looking for.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Obita, M24, DSS in hand as well. Looking to break down those defenses. M79 in the hands of Gopu Op. This is going to be a tough one to fight. Close range combat. But GodLike blessed with the distance, and Vincent again with the AWM punishing from afar. Nobita, instantaneous triple glue wall to pick up their buddy here. And GodLike now knows that, okay, whoever that is, we don't want to mess with them for the moment.
Let's see. I mean, GodLike in there, and it's not really something that you can do if you put in that a lot of shots in there from that distance, and you don't have that Moko. It doesn't do you that well unless you have that Moko. It gives more information for your snipers to deal with them, follow that path along with that marker, and then that's where it works best. But with skills that they have in that, it wouldn't work for them that much. Regan though, well, let's see if he can get away from Shoko, but the target would be the vending machine, and 1 or 2, the glue wall saves him, but is this enough? I don't think he has time to go for revive, and Shoko just pulls up a surprise against them.
Yeah, beautiful play from Shoko there. Riptide rhythming down those glue walls, making sure that revival's not going to be possible. Man didn't have enough to bring the whole squad back, but not a single revival pullback, all thanks to Shoko in that situation. Now Autobotz out in the open, 10 elimination strong, looking for the RZX player. Raptor's going to be caught between 4 players, the rest of them nowhere near. And look at this, GG Instinct on the zipline right on top, and nobody gets shut down. In fact, Autobotz up under a little bit of pressure. Johan pulling out the M590. Great time turner response, and he's going to be saved. Johan, on the other hand, a lot of trouble. Uses the time turner, gets the knockdown onto power, finally goes down. And GG Instinct arriving as the troublemakers, but ending up in trouble instead.
Oh, let's see though. Tiger needs to recover, and even with that Superman, I don't think he'll be able to survive. That launch pad is available, but he needs plenty of time. But I don't think this is enough. This might be it for GG Instinct. 12 elimination. They might be out of that fight. There goes the boost. And is this a revival for them? This might happen. The Savior Tiger saves the full squad.
Yeah, beautiful predatory play there off of Tiger. But in that circumstance, the predatory play was just to bring his team members back on that revival, predating the coins out there on the battlefield. That's the name of the game. Beautiful stuff. Extreme X flicker with the AWM shots. Jan finds a knock as well. No, the GG Instinct player is just not lucky enough to play that survival off of the revival, as Extreme X has the high ground on the bridge, and they are not afraid to use this advantage. In fact, he'll welcome more revivals at this point of time.
See, I mean, revivals, if they have good opening on that vending machine, then that's what they will take advantage of right now. Max Esports, though, take advantage of the edge of the circle, trying to force RNX to move in against them, or probably go against the opponent who is inside its 2XD. But Eric not even faces shots from the other side. Time Turner has been used, and GodLike couldn't take advantage, thus missing out on those points.
Yeah, GodLike's focusing on the circle, and they're the closest one to it in comparison to Max Esports, who might take advantage here, but they are distracted with the players right behind. Beautiful opportunity for GodLike to find the circle here for themselves. It gets taken down, don't cry, still out there. And RNX, 2 players down, make that a final one surviving, but annihilated by Team 2XD at Twin Bridge. Beautiful play. They tried camping at that vending machine, but the revival just was not a possibility for them.
Yeah, and 2XD bringing back a couple of their teammates. 12 points already to them, but they need to hustle. They need to move in fast because they're losing a lot of real estate right now. Max is doing the same thing. GodLike Ashborn managed to be taken down, and that's 1 down already out of Max Esports. This is all firepower being brought in by GodLike right now, and this forces Max Esports to stay outside of blue. And that blue wall UAV, I don't think that would save them. That would only prevent GodLike, but HP is being lost right now, and there goes Max out of the window.
Hey, GodLike in the tarve mudiyuma as they move on towards that final circle, finally making sure their backs are clear. But now the front, though, the pressure is on. Extreme X with a shot back to back to back, forcing the glue walls out of GodLike. Yogi down on the ground. The glue wall save. It's gonna be possible. Yogi back up on his feet. Amazing play. Extreme X do not get the Punisher and the extra point off of GodLike, but now under a tad bit of pressure. Revenant XSpark looking for the shots from afar as well. Team 2XD dropping in front of Extreme X, and they will get shut down player after player. And Revenant XSpark focusing on them as well.
Yeah, here comes crunch time. Revenant XSpark making sure that they get all the points, pulling away from the engagement against GodLike, and now cooking nades against Extreme X. And they need a point right now if they want to continue the numbers that they have brought in from Game 1, Game 2, up until this point. For Revenant XSpark, not only are they saving blue walls because of the cover they have out of this bags, they're putting pressure on both teams at the same time.
Uh-oh, GodLike being tagged. Revenant XSpark, not a lot on the eliminations this time round, but GodLike will be helped out here. The players on the back. Oh! Extreme X, one extreme shot, flicker, flicking, go pull up, down. The pickup is possible, and Extreme X just have not completed this run just yet, and now GodLike putting the pressure onto Extreme X. This shot from Yogi, putting one player down in a little bit of trouble, but GodLike not going in for the full-on commitment. They want to guarantee the booyah here for themselves. Perhaps this is that game.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, it's more of the timing right now. It's taking advantage of the position they have to take down either Extreme X or beat down, reduce the numbers of Revenant XSpark. But Revenant XSpark is not slowing down. They get into that rooftop. That'll be spotted by GodLike right now, but that might reduce the numbers before GodLike deals with them. And Yogi goes in for that M24 shot against Gopu Wap, and the pickup is instantaneous, but they know the presence of GodLike is here.
Yeah, very smart positioning here by GodLike Esports, knowing that Extreme X can't jump out of the house from the barricaded window, so they will not have to worry about that high ground advantage that Extreme X has up against them just yet. Revenant XSpark, though, slowly circling around. Arch gets caught by Yogi. Will they get the finisher, though? Marco trade comes right back through by Vincent. Yogi drops go pull up as well. Yogi picking up a big number of run here for the side of GodLike, and they rush on in to annihilate Vincent as well. GodLike Esports have woken up, and they are looking for the booyah as they put Revenant XSpark down to their final survivor.
Fine, only one remaining right here. Speed on the high ground. From the high ground, and there goes the finisher coming from Flicker on the other side. Revenant XSpark will not be getting that 3 booyahs, but it opened up the gate for both Extreme X and GodLike. It's a 2-1-1 situation right now for GodLike, and Marco is first one to go down. Extreme X going for Extreme, and they might be able to take this.
Yeah, Yogi, the final survivor here. Extreme X looking for that final shot, and they fight it through Sajan. Yogi unable to save the squad through a 1v3 clutch, and Extreme X rises to the top with their second booyah of the day. Phenomenally played for sure. Actually, the first booyah of the day. Phenomenally played for sure on this Nextera map, and a massive run of eliminations for the squad.
Yeah, another denial onto GodLike right now. And no, the denial is not to the River and Egypt, but this is what is being felt by GodLike. The gods is not favoring them for the first 3 matches. But I'm pretty sure with the numbers that they have brought in, they're already on top of the board. But let's not take it away from Extreme X right now. They put in that effort of survivability, blocking themselves, and even the advantage of GodLike from that roof or from that rooftop didn't work against them. It's more of the timing that they played with, and they took it quite well.
Yeah, and this was the final moments of that game. Team 2XD just couldn't survive outside the zone for so long. And Extreme X, although GodLike played the pressure on them initially, they managed to rotate around, finding a great defensive spot. And this was the decision-making that got them the win finally, right? Rushing in towards GodLike, finding Nobita first, dropping down to the ground, and then finding the connection onto Nancy. The finisher onto Yogi was just too easy. They had the numbers advantage, and this is that extreme game off of Extreme X. They had 11 points in Bermuda, 5 points in Purgatory, and a 34 bomber here at Nextera. This is the map where they recover and jump up the leaderboard for sure.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, up the leaderboard close to the top dogs right there. But looking at Max Esports, they are one of the most consistent team as well in terms of elimination, and even in getting all those placements. So even if they got eliminated a little bit early with 11 points, I think they will still be part of that top 5. But GodLike Esports, huge number being brought in by this team, and they need recovery. They don't need a booyah. It's more of recovery into the numbers to keep themselves afloat and reach the top 8 by the end of this weekend.
And GodLike still keeps me waiting. No booyah from the squad just yet. This is going to be a big problem, man, because GodLike, I know they can pick up points. I know they can climb the leaderboard. But what has been plaguing them at FFMIC, what has been plaguing them since FFMAI last year is the fact that they can't get the closer with the booyah, and they have to start practicing now. But one guy who definitely had enough practice here and pulled it off great were the flicks off of Flicker on that AWM supremacy, rocking the Iris, 7 elimination strong, a very strong combination of passive skills as well. Although Otto got a nerf, he still brings him in. That memory miss, trying to depend on it to slow down the rest of his opponent, especially in the final circles. This memory miss definitely comes in clutch with the Moko and Maro, making him a deadly one for sure. Massive on the damage as well, Neptune.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, I'm seeing the potential from player Flicker, but this the active and passive skill combination looks a little bit a Clash Quad moment. But who will go against Wall Brawl? We've seen a lot of glue walls in the final moment. He was just taking advantage of that situation to mark the enemies as well as penetrate those glue walls. And if that works for them, that might be the new meta right now, because as you did mention, sniper meta is this time around is what's its best.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, I really like the active lineup here. You've got the Oscar Nero, A124 Iris, a very aggressive setup for sure. Flicker very effective from that long range with that Iris, and the rest of them up close and personal. They're going to obliterate you, right? Especially when the thrill of battle comes into play. If Tusin activates it at the right time, your opponents have got no way to respond. You've got the Oscar to break through the glue walls. You've got the Nero to stop them from erecting more glue walls to save themselves. Up close and personal, Extreme X gets really extreme.
Yeah, and the reason why they won that fight. Oh, all right, before we go to that conclusion, looking at the numbers right now, 3K on the damage and 8 on elimination from Sejan, but Flicker with that 6K. And from all sides, the assist really works, especially for Rusty as well as Tusin. Now, going back to my point earlier, you did mention about how well the skills is for Extreme X. And the reason why they won against GodLike right now is that A124 disabling that Oscar, that Skylar, even the Chrono, let's include the Coda that GodLike has been bringing in on that final battle, is just crucial for them to win that fight. And A124 has been warned by a lot of players, a lot of teams are out here, but it has died down because of the previous update. But now, I think it's making a comeback.
Yeah, no doubt at all. Making a comeback indeed. But Sejan definitely had a great run here. 9 knockouts, 8 eliminations, 7 assists. Quite surprised that he actually pulled it off with just 3K on the damage. Very efficient play out of this guy. I mean, very capable. When you've got Extreme X running like this, they're going to be unstoppable. Biggest problem is consistency, right? Because Extreme X, I called out their numbers earlier, 11 points on Bermuda, 5 points on Purgatory. Not a lot compared to the 34 bomber that they just got. But as long as they can drop these small, tiny little bombs once in a while, they're definitely going to be in the top 8. They're in a great position right now. Overall, I think more than 50 points for Extreme X. I'm looking at the cutoff of 80 points within a day for a squad to pick up. They just need 30 more points, and they've got 3 games to go. Very possible for Extreme X.
Definitely agree. And you mentioned about consistency. It's more a final circle as well that shows or somewhat shows a consistency, and 1 out of 3 times they were on the top 3. So that's one thing that they need to work on, comparing them to Revenant XSpark. All the 3 match, despite of not getting the booyah in the final match, they were still part of the top 3. So that's a consistent team overall who can bring eliminations as well. But being taken down in that final moment, I'm pretty sure they are fired up to get a booyah or end up in the final circle again on game number 4.
But what I'm really liking is GodLike, one step after the other, just ramping it up game after game. You look at the strength of the eliminations. 2 eliminations in Bermuda. In Purgatory, we saw them clock in 13 eliminations and 17 in Nexterra, right? I am hoping we see a booyah out of them, but unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you are not going to hear Neptune and I call those out. We're going to take a quick short break. When we come back, we're going to have a swap on the roster for the caster desk. You guys can welcome Lucifer as well as Crips. We'll see you guys on the next day we cast.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Fire Max Asia Invitational 2026 Spring. My name is Crips and joining me is going to be Lucifer. We are going to be your casters for the second half of the day. And boy, oh boy, I am low-key jealous of Neptune and AJ because they got to cast such a banger set of games. I can't believe Revenant XSpark got a double booyah off the rip. And then in the third game, the curse of GodLike continues. They just cannot seem to get a booyah.
Here's the thing, Crips. There's another team which is on a similar run to what GodLike is Max Esports. They had a similar run in their region. They did not get a booyah to close out, and they are also not getting a booyah right as of now. Well, however, there are two regions who are performing strong right out here in FFMAI 2026 Spring. That is India and Bangladesh. Brilliant run so far. Numerous eliminations that they're getting. Yes, back-to-back that we've seen from Revenant XSpark, but even Extreme X, they've gotten the booyah for their region as well. This looks spectacular for these two regions to start off on day one. But I'm not too sure where we are ending towards the next 3 games because of how teams are coping up. There's a lot of variation, especially with AJ, who was rooting from the very beginning till the very 3 games he had, and now we are here. I'm looking towards GodLike as well. Questions on them?
Yeah, but as we jump into the next game, GodLike Esports is going to be on everybody's eyes because they will be most likely in the smack center. As we head in towards Kalahari, you know that GodLike love dropping towards Refinery. The only time they ever changed their drop location was in the finals of this Fire Max India Cup 2026 Spring, and even that did not work out for them. But at that time, they've only had GodLike versus RNX going on in Refinery. This time, Tonde Nepal Esports has also entered the fray. So there's going to be 3 teams potentially contesting Refinery. Even Shrines has become extremely contested. Usually Autobotz used to enjoy split dropping between Oldhampton and Shrines when they were playing in the India Cup. And similarly, RZX did not really face much competition when they were competing in FFWS Pakistan. But now these guys will have a lot of competition towards the northern sector of the map. Surprisingly, Console Horn and Confinement still remain pretty much vacant, so on paper GG Instinct don't really have any competition, but I'm assuming some or the other team will rotate towards Bayfront eventually, which will run into GG Instinct.
But looking at how GG Instinct have been playing, Crips, I don't think that we have to be worried about them. They've been the troublemakers of the lobby. That's what we saw in their recent LAN that they did, and they're doing it right now here as well in Asia Invitational. That's the brilliant part to end up seeing from a squad from India, and this is their first time. It's not a stint for the second like Revenant XSpark. They had it in 25 season, so for them it's something that they're used to in terms of these international lobbies, in the South Asian lobbies. They know how to perform, how to play under pressure. But GG Instinct, brilliant stuff coming in from these lads, and along with them even Autobotz. They were getting closer to their booyah, especially in the very first game. However, at Shrines you did mention about RZX being there and Flame, who did not have a great run. If Autobotz have that drop with the other 2 teams, maybe Autobotz also end up picking up eliminations there, maybe a lot.
Exactly. I would also like to keep my eyes on Extreme EX because they seem to be very good at avoiding getting pinched between several teams. And even though they were really contested in that house, they were just surrounded by so many people in a tiny piece of, a tiny box of wood. I can't even call it a house. It's a very tiny house. But they still somehow managed to hold their ground and get out while avoiding third parties between GodLike, Revenant XSpark, and all the other teams that were surrounding them. So that was a very nice gesture on their behalf, how they show that they can deal with so many teams at once. And right now, as we see the preferred drop locations, we notice that their drop location is also mostly uncontested in the maze. So that means that they will also have a lovely flying start. And in a map like Kalahari, towards the 4th circle, we see a lot of teams are forced to share compounds anyway. if Extreme EX can already share compounds and be very comfortable having, loud and bashful roommates, I think they will have a gala time in Kalahari. Nobody can face them.
But one region I'm kind of looking forward to start off or get back to action is going to be Pakistan, right? That is one region, yes, the newest region that has been added here in FFMAI 2026 Spring. But they've not found their strides. But hey, day one, it is first game jitters for a lot of teams. But with that, let's come to our first game predictions. Yes, it's game number 4, but it's our predictions for this season to start off things. And we both have 2 teams in synonymous. That's going to be GodLike and Revenant XSpark. And I think today's day, especially them topping the charts, getting towards the top 4, has always been on cards. But on the other end, we've gone for Autobotz, which I was already talking about. But Extreme X, you were mentioning about them. I feel like that is a team, after getting a booyah now, are in a similar stride because they were trying to get to their top 4 in the other 2 maps as well.
Exactly. In all the previous tournaments, I've never picked Revenant XSpark as one of my top contenders for Kalahari because this is not one of their stronger maps. But given that they've been playing really well today and they've already acquired 2 booyahs, I think their chances of converting this game into a booyah as well is pretty damn high. So that's why I picked up Revenant XSpark as one of my top contenders for Kalahari. Otherwise, I generally do not do this. This is a rare occurrence where I picked up RNTX over here. GodLike, I always pick them in Kalahari to be my number one team because I do believe that they are a very strong Kalahari representative. And then to top it off, I've picked up Autobotz simply because of their firepower. I don't think they can get the booyah, but I do believe they can get a bunch of eliminations and farm a lot of points.
I think that's what they'll be doing, right? Something that we did see a little missing in TASE FFMIC 2026 spring. After their qualification, expected a lot from there, and however, I think they got enough break here and they've pulled off really well in the game number 1 and they're moving in the right direction to pick a lot. But yes, I think with Extreme X, I'm looking forward to Max. They were close to getting their booyah. If I had a fourth prediction, I would have kept them in as along with Extreme X, but I had to choose one between those two. And I think Max might beat Extreme X in this game, moving towards Kalahari, but still, fingers crossed. It is an opportunity for everybody. Day one to show off, day one to try out new things, and day one to start off on a really good note. And we were talking about even the cutoff, right? Going somewhere around 80 points is on an average. If you pull off on a given day, you should be comfortable. But I'm pretty sure teams at the top will start surging towards the 100. We're already seeing them going towards 70 already. So in the next 3 games, it should not be a tough run for any of the top teams.
Exactly, like the big names like GodLike Esports, Revenant XSpark, they have shown us that they can get like 100 points on a single day before. So I wouldn't be surprised if they manage to do it today as well, especially when they're feeling so comfortable. It seems like the pressure of the Asia Invitational isn't really getting to them. They seem to be very comfortable over here. Of course, there are a lot of teams from Pakistan who are still trying to find their footing. They're winning their fights, they're converting all their knocks into eliminations, but they're unable to secure that booyah in the end. So hopefully as we go in towards the second half of the day, all these teams will start to bring it their all. And I hope that they are able to put their best foot forward going into Kalahari, the 4th game of the day.
4th game of the day, and every team wants to make their ways towards a booyah, winning towards a lot more eliminations and put their region up front in the overall standings at the end of the day. But for now, we go to the team who just got their booyah, Extreme X and Sage, and he's the man who made it happen in that last and final fight that we're having with GodLike. But this time, let's take a look at where the drop is. In GG Instinct, we thought maybe they'll be safe all alone, but already going down at Council Hall is gonna be Flame along with GG Instinct.
GG Instinct and Flames, hot drop. This was not on my 2026 bingo card. RZX surprisingly go uncontested to its confinement. We expected them to go towards Shrines. We expected Shrines to be heavily contested, but not a single team is present over there. So yeah, there's a lot of things that we are surprised by as we go from the preferred drop spot screen to this particular screen. But hey, I am all up for early engagements. Flame versus Patlu. Can target the angle. He tries to go for the pre-fire. He does connect, but Power instantly goes to the trade. Toki and Russell, they both go for the res, but as they try to do so, Swaroop just invades their little corner and gets the knock, gets the confirmation as well. Toki now has to reconsider his choices. Does he go back and avenge his fallen teammates, or does he maintain the numbers and try to go for the revive? You can already see that Azoic is going for the revive, but Tiger intercepts him on his way to the vending machine. And there you go, he finds the angle, leaving Toki as the lone survivor.
And Flame, this is something that's going on in their direction that is not working out from the very starting. But right now, working not out in GodLike's favor. They lost a lot. Yogi, the last man standing. And we were talking about Autobotz and one of the teams in your predictions. And Mad God already having 4 eliminations. This lad, we saw him of how he was playing. And the last one gets picked off by Johan. And that is the end of GodLike. Here in Kalahari, a big disappointment for GodLike themselves.
Oh, well, at least I can say that the caster's curse is real. This time, I cannot blame myself over here. Will we see another elimination? Damn, we are down to 9 teams already. Lucifer, this is just the first circle. And it hasn't even started shrinking yet. Generally in Kalahari, we get to see all 12 teams present up until at least the 2nd or the 3rd circle. But now in the first circle itself, we have 3 teams out. This is an extremely elimination-hungry game. Nobody is being spared long enough to go for the reses.
This game, or this map in its entirety, is the map of snipers, and they have to take advantage of it. And right as now, teams who are not taking advantage of it or not being in cover are suffering. And Autobotz, they're the ones right now at the top of the ship in eliminations. Another one being found, Kunal quick to act upon it. Team 2 XD in big difficulties. Another player dropped. Now Psycho and Don't Cry are the last two survivors. And this is not going to be going great. Autobotz, they are going to be super happy in the direction they're treading here on Kalahari, while they're going to be ending one fight. And Psycho, unfortunate, got caught in the open, but quick switcheroo on that M590. Finds a way to stop Autobotz, puts an end to that elimination spree, but Don't Cry, he'll not be able to go down. Top from the crane is going to be Kunal helping out Johan. That's going to be another team. Why is this going in this direction where teams are suffering? Total Winner now trying to take control of the sub, but Autobots already have control. Numbers not in their favor, and Johan went thinking it's going to be just one player, but Total Winners, they surged with 3 of their teammates.
Total Winners holding on to the sub for now. Revenant XSpark thought that they would be uncontested, and they were up until the first few moments of the game, but now it seems like they've got a lot more than they could chew. Total Winners are also aware about the fact that there's a number of 2XT present over here. Psycho tries to rush onto Ursh, but he doesn't account for Hunter being on the top of the sub. And there you go, he has to lose his life as well. But because he was chasing Ursh, Total Winner now know that there is one more player in the vicinity. Can they get him? Yes, they can. Prince sprays his guts down with the Max 7. Can X Divine survive this encounter? He's in a 1v1 against Aflatun. The backup isn't here yet, so X Divine will get the one-on-one. But even then, he doesn't manage to convert this one. He was trying to get inside the monster truck and hoping to escape. But Total Winners leave no prisoners. They do not let anyone escape.
Team from Pakistan, and finally, this is what we were talking about. Every team so far, the Group B and C teams have managed to play 3 games. They have understood the lobby of how they would have to manage, and I think Pakistan finally understanding of how they need to compete against these other teams. And it's finally working out. 7 total eliminations, Total Winner in the right direction to pick up a lot of points. Complete control of sub, but Autobots still have one player, Mad God. He wanted a surprise, but Total Winner had a clue that somebody was close by, and they put a run to Mad God as well. And that's going to be another elimination, and they hit a total of 8. This sub has seen a lot of fights, and Total Winner, they're going to be the winners at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's a new version of Autobots that we are seeing. Generally, Mad God prefers to stay alongside the main cluster of his teammates, but lately we've been seeing him lurk a lot. And when I mean lately, I mean only today. We've been seeing him lurk a lot. So yeah, I think he's finally coming towards the realization that he can also stand his own ground while he goes on for instant lurks. But as we can see in the instant replay over here, this shows us how GodLike got eliminated towards Refinery, and even EXE came to a very early end. Both the teams who performed really well in the previous map have now been put to dust already.
My first predictions in the very first game that I'm casting is not going in the right direction. It's only Revenant XSpark that I would be right now flag bearing towards, but Total Winner, they are going to be super happy. They move away, but it was only a distraction of Aflatun with his monster truck. I don't know what he was doing while his teammates were moving in the other direction. Maybe he wanted to act as a distraction, and that's going to be a quick pickup for RNX. However, that's the very first elimination found from RNX. Surprising to see RNX a little too passive, at least here in FFMAI 2026 Spring. This was not the same RNX that we witnessed. Maybe they are also trying to get used to the lobby, understanding these new opponents that they have. But for the time being, RNX only have one. Tonde Nepal Esports, they need to start picking up theirs, but they're moving in the wrong direction. This is not the right fight. Total Winner, they're surging with a lot of confidence and eliminations that they've found here on Kalahari.
Total Winner. Oh, wait. They didn't even know that 2XT was present over there. Aflatun just loses his life again after he was just revived a minute ago. Oh my god. How many people has he died to so far? He's died once to Autobots, now he's died once to 2XT, and now GG Instinct are coming to hunt his team down while Tonde Gamer are also in the vicinity. Reagan gets distracted. He does get the knock onto Hunter, but he doesn't have any idea that Power was right behind him. A third party bonanza over here as GG Instinct overwhelm all the opponents in Mammoth.
While they were initially at Council Hall, they've made a big rotation towards Mammoth, and they're winning it as well. Too many teams around Mammoth, and Tonde Nepal Esports, they wanted to be ahead of it while they were about to fight with Total Winner, but GG Instinct now have another target. That's going to be Team 2 XD. Fahim and Don't Cry, big shots at them and a nice one coming in with the AWM. Don't Cry will be put down to a knock, but Fahim quick on the revive, but a counter! Blue God from nowhere. Tiger was surprised. He was having zero and the slightest of no clue for him. However, trouble is not put to rest. There's another team at Mammoth and there's surging number of teams all jumping towards Mammoth to take up fights and eliminations.
Exactly. At this point, you're gonna start feeling like a fat kid at the buffet because there's so many targets over here. You can't decide who to shoot first. It's a target-rich environment. RNX have also arrived over here, although they are a little late to the party. Everybody has already moved away from this spot, so RNX don't get any eliminations just yet. But it's just the second circle. They can tank a little bit of the circle damage, rotate in late, and then they can pick up a bunch of fights along the extremity of the circle. So they should be good. Meanwhile, 2XD, after losing Aflatoon towards the Mammoth region, have had to... I'm sorry, not Aflatoon. 2XD, after having lost Don't Cry towards the Mammoth region, have had to go all the way north towards the maze so that they can get all their supplies back and then move into the zone. Again, all of this is possible is because the circle doesn't hurt you all that much in just the second one. The third circle, you might be forced to go in. Fourth circle, yeah, then you really can't afford to stay outside the zone. Total Winner
right
Prince
now
also has the same idea, right? I mean, he also tried to go for the maze, he also tried to go for the vending machine and the recall tower and everything, but then he saw 2XD over there.
An unfortunate Total Winner after starting off so well. Now they're at a spot where they cannot afford giving away this game. That's the reason he's trying to just play for survival, buy some time and then go for the vending machine. Same instance by Power. He finally spots the last player who was moving towards the launch pad. A 1v1 situation. Power does win these duels, but against Adib and especially the numbers that they have. 14 total eliminations. GG Instinct, just like how we were talking about Autobotz, they're now sitting at the top with the highest number of eliminations here in Kalahari. But Power unable to play, ring around the roses, but finally Adib with the M590 puts Power down, and this peek and through fight puts an end, and Adib is going to be happy as RNX will get a little more in terms of eliminations. The other players move in the other direction, but Prince, I think he did not have an opportunity to go in for a revive. Oh wait, he was actually collecting coins. I thought initially he already had enough coins to revive his teammates, but now he'll be only able to revive one of his teammates. And at least it will be inside the circle, inside the zone rather than outside.
Yeah, and he went for the super revive so that at least Hunter spawns with a decent weapon.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Meanwhile, you can also see that 2XD are still camping that recall tower. So, poor guy can't really go in for the full reses over here. How did Psycho die? 2XD had all their teammates, right, up until now? I think I kind of lost track of the fight where the Psycho died, but they go outside the zone once again and get the res. Meanwhile, the person who was just around the corner is just going to hold us down. Do they see Prince yet? Oh, I think they know.
Yeah,
they have to know now, right?
No, they don't. They don't.
Oh my god.
They know there's a person nearby, but they don't exactly know where he is. No. God extend, I think he spotted him. Prince now has nowhere to run. He is in big, deep trouble. Prince cannot save Total Winner squad. Dash right out to the opponents. Wants to indulge in a 1v1, but thankfully he did revive one of his teammates. So even though his elimination here is out and done for, his team still survives. But Team 2XD, they've been playing outside the zone for far too long right now. They need to start getting back in. While we spoke about, we only have 9 teams at this point at the third circle. We also need to understand that there are 6 teams at least who are already in and will gatekeep Team 2XD, and they have to be smart about it.
Yeah, but luckily at least 2XD have the electrotherapy and they've got the team booster, so they should be fine tanking the third zone. It's not ideal, but it's better than dying very early on. And we don't know how many teams might be able to gatekeep 2XD just yet, but we know for a fact that RZX and RNX will get into a long-range fight over here. Now, RZX have a very clear shot into the circle. They can go for the triple compound towards the north of Stone Ridge. But do RNX know that Tonde Nepal Esports are also in the vicinity? They don't seem to be wary of the looming threat on the horizon.
As of now, RNX, their only thing is the team at front who they've seen using utils, glue walls, and RNX, they're facing the brunt. It's better hits coming in. And as you did mention, it's Tonde Nepal Esports who are taking the advantage of this as RZX is on the other front. Adib out in the open. And there's going to be an exchange knock coming in. Shoko was trying to help his teammate out, but that's going to be only a knock. Tonde Nepal Esports should be able to revive, but this opens a complete highway for RZX to enter into the circle because RNX and Tonde Nepal, they were fighting amongst themselves.
Yeah. Tonde Nepal Esports, they kind of got distracted. And now they can't really shoot back at RZX. RZX have way too much of a high ground advantage. And they don't know that Autobotz are also around the corner. Mad God finally reveals his true form, takes Blue Hero by surprise and destroys half his HP. Luckily, because of the dash, Blue Hero is able to get into cover, but he's going past the glue wall melters. He's taking the fight to Mad God. He's not backing off at all. Venom finally has to put his elimination speed to an end and save Mad God Esports from being confirmed. But that's already way too many losses than Autobotz planned on taking. Kunal has to go out of his way to get the res onto Mad God. But at least now he's in a good spot to just tackle Supreme and pin him down in this corner.
Supreme is the last man surviving for Tonde Nepal Esports, so not a great position for Supreme to be in. And Autobotz, as you can see, they're retreating. They know where to head back. He's at the edge of the circle. Whereas Supreme, he doesn't right as now spot any vending machines, so only one except the one that is close to Autobotz. Moving in that direction for sure is an elimination. And it's going to be a complete wipeout of his squad here on Kalahari. Something that he cannot afford. At least something that he has to afford right now is going to be medkits. He's going to be patching himself up and he will try to tank as much damage as possible. Something that even RNX's Shoko is going to be trying to do because he is also the last survivor. Revenant XSpark, in the meantime, they've been waiting for opportunities and now their opportunity to strike against other teams is working. RZX was spotted, but Shoko, he sees that and he's moving towards the drop and he should be able to go behind enemy lines. Does Ursh spot it? Yes, he does, and he'll give the information. So Revenant XSpark, they'll be smart about how they approach, and it's going to be Gopu OP making this opening happen. Riptide of them already used, and Shoko, he'll have no opportunity. Glue wall destroyed, and even his HP as they find a full team wipe on RNX as they eliminate Shoko.
Yep, charge buster in his face, Shoko goes down, and we now are down to our final 4 teams. It's Autobotz who got a very good compound as well as the highest possible win possibility over here. RZX trying to go towards the center of the circle. Similarly, Autobotz also use their jump pads and try, I'm sorry, not even the jump pads, they just use the grappling guns and try to get towards the arsenal because that's the only decent hard cover that they have over here. Except for Kunal, because he's just trying to toy around with RZX and ruin their game. Revenant XSpark also have 2 tiny huts for themselves. The only person who doesn't really have much cover is Aflatun. He's just using Revenant XSpark as his personal bodyguards. But the moment Vincent discovers that there's somebody behind him, then all of Revenant XSpark will converge upon him. And there you go, Vincent has spotted him. So this could be the end of Tonde Nepal Esports anytime soon. But before I can even say that, Autobots have unleashed all their firepower onto RZX. It's just Riz left inside the tiny hut. And that hut is very vulnerable to nades.
Quick on the revive, Autobots are moving the other direction while Vincent spotting and informing his teammates, and Vincent is the one to put an end to total winners, last player Aflatun. And Revenant XSpark looking forward to another booyah. They've brewed this up, they've planned, strategized, everything working in the direction, and Vincent again finding an opening on a team who are surging in terms of total eliminations that they were picking here on Kalahari, but that was just a knock. RZX with the last 2 survivors that they've left, they're still trying to play this 2v4v4, but it doesn't work out. Muzamel's down, confirmation going in for Johan. Riz makes a jump back into a compound, but Autobots have spotted that. Revenant XSpark, they're letting this fight be because that is drawing Autobots closer to Revenant XSpark.
Yeah, and they are more than happy to let these 2 teams fight each other. Riz managed to get outside that tiny hut and into a slightly bigger hut, but Revenant XSpark were using that billboard as cover, which really doesn't act for much. They sent X Divine on a recon mission, hoping to figure out if he can find an angle onto Autobots and maybe get a knock. That would have been Revenant XSpark's cue to send it all in. But as of now, they will take every step with abundant caution. Gopu OP lands the shot onto Venom. That's the opening that Autobots were looking for. But do they go in for the full send? Or will they go around the circle and towards the other end? Autobots seem to have realized that the circle shifting alongside the horizon will not give Revenant XSpark that much room to move around. But they're just hoping that Revenant XSpark discover RZX.
Oh,
But
nice
it seems
Riptide
like-
rhythm.
Yeah.
this could help them out. And there's going to be a push. Arsh could not back down because he knew the circle was shifting. And he runs right towards their opponents. Gopu OP helping with a Max 7. Venom's back again down. He has been thrice knocked so far in the battle. Mad God wants to help out, but the health is not great. Johan as well trying to use the time turner in his advantage. Mad God's been put to rest. And Johan, what can he do? The last survivor in Autobotz. They get put down. Revenant XSpark. Riptide Rhythm used by their opponents, but opportunity used by them. And Riz, the last man surviving for RZX. And Revenant XSpark want to seal their third right here on day one of FFMAI 2026 Spring, and they do it once again in Kalahari. What a squad on day one it has been. They wanted to open this day as a show, and they have forcefully given themselves opportunities of 3 booyahs, taking it away from everybody else.
Damn, look at Gopu OP dropping his phone. We've seen people drop their mics, but this guy is dropping his phone, and that's a whole new level of flex. The latest addition to the Revenant XSpark lineup, already showboating off of his third booyah of the day. And historically, Revenant XSpark have always been an excellent day one team. Even in this Free Fire Max India Cup 2026 Spring, they really opened up with a banger on the first day of the LAN. And even in the Asia Invitational, they do the exact same thing. It seemed like Revenant XSpark love their opening days. And with this third booyah, they are here to make a statement. They are here to say that we need to be taken seriously. We are not jokers.
And I think this is something that everybody wants, right? To have the best opening, the best start for the day is going to give you an ease towards the rest of the tournament, and that's what we've been seeing. An X-Divine to last find the hit, right? The last shot coming in from his hand with the Bison that we just saw, and to grab the booyah for the team. This is Revenant XSpark, and they have been surging, and their spark is right now is a flame that's destroying every other team, not giving them an opportunity at all. It is no more a spark, it is an entire thunderbolt of a strike on every other team.
Indeed, Revenant XSpark have turned this tiny spark into a wildfire. And with 3 booyahs, although they were not in a row, it is still an excellent feat to perform on your first day itself. Let's take a look at how many points they managed to acquire. 22 points off of this booyah with 10 eliminations to their name. Although I must give credit where it is due, Autobotz Esports. What did they have for breakfast? How much firepower is this? 21 eliminations in a map like Kalahari, especially when there were not even that many targets to choose from, you know, considering there were so many teams who were eliminated in the first circle itself. So that is really good props to Autobotz Esports, because they must have had to go out of their way to get so many teams hunted down and so many eliminations. GG Instinct with 17 to their name. 14 eliminations, very respectful. 2 XD as well. A good balance, 11 eliminations and 4 placement points, bringing them up at 15. And that ties them up with Total Winner and RZX. So there's 3 teams tied up at 15 points each.
But when we talk about being tied up, GodLike and Flame as well with only a single point, and that is going to affect here in today's standing for Group B and C after our 4 games. And we can see Revenant XSpark, yes, they had 3 booyahs, and for sure they have to be at the top of the charts. But look at it, at the top of the charts at a total of 92 points, and the difference is 13 points from the team at the second spot. And then comes in as GG Instinct, who also have a difference of another 13 points. That is at 66, and then comes in a team from Bangladesh. There's going to be a team 2XD, Max Esports, share around 63 and 55 points. GodLike at the 6th spot at 54, Extreme X at 53, and the team right now holding the 8th spot, at least on day one, is Total Winner at a total of 38 points, and that is just because of them having highest eliminations compared to RNX, who are sharing the same total points. But not a brilliant start so far was for Flame Esports. Somehow down the day we were talking about Tonde Nepal Esports finding their winning ways, finding a lot of eliminations, and this Kalahari almost seemed like it was working. They played for survival once they knew that the player was not surviving, and they tried their best, made their way towards the top 6, I think. But that's about it for the today's standings, because right as now, today making a mark as a sniper and back again on the MVP charts is Vincent.
Vincent did a phenomenal job. 4 eliminations and 1996 damage to his name. He's also got the standard sniper setup, going back to his old ways with Skylar, Moko, Suzy and Maro. just using the AWM, good old classic Free Fire Max. It seems like I'm back in 2021. And of course, he's got the R1 equipped with the tactical market. Now, the cool part about Vincent over here is that he's not the best sniper in his team. There are other sharpshooters as well, but with Vincent also now taking up the mantle of the sniper, it's crazy to see how much firepower his team will bring to the table.
While he's bringing firepower, there's also the new addition, Gopu OP, and for sure that additions work out. However, I see a swap between their active skills. Koda is generally seen by X Divine, and then Gopu OP should have been having the Chrono, but that's the switcheroo that we see. Maybe something that they played around for this game to try out how it works out, and it brilliantly did. We see X Divine picking up in the last shot, getting the booyah for the team. Ursh has always been there. His setup has been very similar. Nothing much to talk about in terms of having Nosker, Joseph, Nikita helping out, and then J Beebs for the EP, making sure that he's able to tank damage once he's up close and personal. And he was the one, Crips, who ran right to the opponent's face once that Riptide Rhythm who destroyed their glue walls. And that enabled Revenant XSpark run right to the faces of Autobotz, and Autobotz did not know what to do. They were the ones to throw the Riptide Rhythm, but the opposition directly ran right towards them.
Yeah. And it's nice to see X Divine in a more of a supportive role this time, because he wasn't playing as the Grenadier in the previous tournament. Right now, he's using the Chrono as defense. He's also using the Beast and Alvaro to be a Grenadier, but then he's also got the Moko in case he wants to pick up the Sniper. So X Divine is trying to be the all-rounder of the team. And you can see that his all-rounder efforts are paying off, because even though he has only one elimination to his name, he's got 1300 damage, and that is on par with Gopu OP, who's the rusher of the team. Meanwhile, Ursh and Vincent add 1900 damage each. Let's take a look at the circle analysis over here and see what happened to Revenant XSpark, because their start was very split up. They went towards Stone Ridge, where they fought against RZX, and then they went to Santa Catrina confinement all the way up to Council Hall before they finally came back down to Santa Catrina. And up until now, they had only fought like one team and then got like just one elimination. They didn't even have much. But as the circle starts shrinking, and look at how much control they have over the eastern periphery of the circle. They clear their backlines, they take care of Total Winner and all the other teams who are trying to get behind them before they finally jump right on top of other contenders like Autobotz and RZX and really handle the pressure in that final circle. Not a lot of eliminations, certainly not as many as Autobotz, who have been getting eliminations in almost every single circle all throughout the game. Meanwhile, Revenant XSpark had a very different approach. They got like just one elimination in the first circle. That too was because they ran into another team, not because they wanted to pick up that fight. And then Revenant XSpark had a very slow game, in the second and third circle. Even in the fourth circle, they got those two eliminations towards the very end when the circle started shifting. So yeah, a very balanced approach from Revenant XSpark in this particular game.
There was one team that I did want to talk about in the circle analysis, and that's going to be GG Instinct. Seeing them all the way at Council Hall and then making their way towards Mammoth, which almost was about to work out if not for numerous teams making their way towards Mammoth. I think we ended up seeing at least 5 teams at Mammoth, starting with Total Winner, and unfortunate for Total Winner, while they had a really good start from sub and they started making their move to Mammoth, it was not enough to make their way on Kalahari. However, we jumped to the preferred drop spots on Solara, our game number 5. And here we could again see a lot of clashes, and right now going towards Delta Isle, we end up seeing RNX, who could have trouble. Let's hope they figure out their way out, because Max as of now, after their initial games, have not yet showed up big time. On the other end, Riders Club, we end up seeing Extreme X as well as GG Instinct. Now, wherever GG Instinct is, they always like to mark their territory in terms of eliminations, and they always do it irrespective of where they're at the lobby, and they're doing it here as well. But one team who had a big suffer is going to be GodLike. That was an abrupt stop for them on Kalahari, stopped right at Refinery without even getting a chance. But now at Bloomtown against Tonde Nepal Esports, if there's a clash, they have another chance of redemption.
Yeah, hopefully they should have another chance of redemption, because that zipline connecting you to studio gives you a good enough opportunity to res your teammates yet again. And especially since traversal in this map is so much faster, I hope GodLike Esports have plenty of options in case they want to escape or in case they want to double down on a fight, regardless of which direction they want to go in. I hope GodLike Esports have much better survivability over here, because I genuinely feel like we cursed them in the last game, bro. Like, both of us picked GodLike as our number 1 spots. And they were the first ones to get eliminated. And I'm like, damn, I've never seen Caster's Curse work that horribly for some team. Meanwhile, I'm starting to notice that Extreme EX love preferring the drop spots towards the edge of the map. Like even in the previous game, they decided to land towards the maze. Here they are landing towards Riders Club, both of them being on the extreme ends of the map. So I guess they love dropping towards the extremities. We will have to notice if this pattern continues to ring true as we see them in more maps. But I would also like to draw attention towards RNX over here. While Delta Isle is not the place where they always drop all 4 of their players, they love split dropping. I would like to see how they deal with their opponents like Flames and Max Esports over here, because up until now we have seen that Max also loves splitting up. Although I can't really comment much on what their split approach is like. We know that RNX love going for a 3-1. I would like to see how they deal with 2 unfamiliar opponents getting into their territory.
And I think that unfamiliarity is what's kind of affecting Max Esports, because when we kind of saw them in the first 2 games, they were towards the top, looked like they could have had one of the booyahs from Revenant XSpark as well in those battles they were having. However, as of now, I think after we tended towards game number 3, that's where we ended up seeing Extreme X. And from there on, we haven't seen Max at their best. But for the time being, while we are expecting them to do their best, we'll try our luck at the caster prediction once again. And you have Max this time. We were already talking about them along with Extreme X with Revenant XSpark. And I think today's norm, if you guys in the chat are predicting which team can tribal or could be in your top 3, Revenant XSpark has to be a mandate of a name that has to be in your top 3. They have been doing it from the very beginning, and in the last 2 games I think there's no doubts, and I have that as well. But I've picked Autobotz. Looking at their performance, they're moving in the right direction. While we saw Revenant XSpark strategizing towards passive and holding the edges of the circle, we see Autobotz with full aggression. Unfortunate that the final fight did not work in their direction, but along with them, after how I saw RZX survive, right, we ended up seeing that last player, he tried his best even though his opponents were all taken down or they were getting hit upon. Riz tried his best for survival. So there could be an opportunity that RZX Esports might find their opportunity to get back into winning ways.
I hope that RZX finally manages to get a comeback, because, I mean, they need a break, man. They really need to climb up into the top 3, and I hope that this map finally lets them do so. And I have a confession to make. I had not picked Revenant XSpark for this map. I changed it last minute. I also had Autobotz picked because I know they're a very elimination hungry and a firepower heavy team. But given how Revenant XSpark are playing today, I was like, okay, I'm just going to change this up in the last second. And I put in Revenant XSpark into my predictions. I know that's a cheap move. Please don't get mad at me. But I had to. I mean, I would be a fool to not go for Revenant XSpark considering their form.
Exactly. To be honest, right, we at least want to get one of our predictions right. That's our honesty, especially after seeing as soon as we've jumped on the desk and we tried our best and our teams have instantly gone out of the win. But hey, again, happens, right? Every team is trying to try out their new things right here in FFMAI 2026 spring. But on top of it, they also have new teams who are right now fighting against them for this title, which was not seen in 25, right? If they had an idea about them, if they'd seen them play. So for some of the teams, it is a familiar ground but with new teams, but for some of the teams, it's a complete new ground. It's complete new opponents. They've not seen them in their region. So for them to jump here, play in the South Asia plains, it's a new task and everybody is trying to do their best as we jump towards the next game. That is going to be game number 5, Solara, a game that spins a lot of fast fights because it pushes teams together.
It pushes teams together, pulls apart any sense of safety, and strips them of any sense of comfort. Solara will test everything that these teams has to offer because this is the last known map of the day. Keep in mind that this is the penultimate game, but the next map is unknown to these teams. We will have a randomizer for the last game. So this is the last time teams can head into a game knowing fully what to expect.
As we jump towards expectations, we start with Revenant XSpark, the team who set expectations right for their fans and themselves as well to get a booyah. They get a 2-2 split at Casa Vista as well as TV Tower, but we end up seeing Autobotz at Delta Isle compared to RNX and Max, their drop spot, they are there. But however, RNX are also here And they are chasing Max Esports, and Max Esports, they're taking the tracks, trying to make a run for it, but GodLike on the other end making a run. We already spoke about this fight that could happen, and it is happening. Blue Hero is down, but Nobita, he's been venged upon by Reagan, but for how long? Marco is also down. Yogi trying his best with the mini Uzi, doesn't work. It's all up to Nancy on a 1v1 with Reagan. He did try to bring his best with his teammate. He did try to get an elimination. Confirmation coming through. Reagan, he's still there, but Nancy was trying to pull off finisher moves, and that's going to be Tonde Nepal Esports taking advantage of it. Mistake from GodLike, but benefit by Tonde Nepal Esports.
Not again, man. GodLike Esports fall first, and they just cannot seem to catch a break right now. But Max Esports, despite all the odds stacked against them, are managing to hold on to their own. Ashpon, lovely movement over there, uses the glue wall to block open that window. And he tries to isolate the 1v1 against Johan. Does a little bit of damage, but he doesn't really get much. Johan pops the time turner, and now he's chasing MadGod. But MadGod has no idea that somebody was right behind him. Ashpon walks behind and plugs in one of his teammates. And Autobotz just let him do that. He was invisible to them. Do you realize how much trigger discipline you need as someone like MadGod, who has his back to his opponent, and while he could have literally shot down MadGod, he did not pull the trigger. He waited until MadGod went away so that he could get the vending machine, revive his teammate, and then he decided to fire upon his opponents.
But it was also the move to save his teammate. He had to do it, Crips. If he didn't, and if he did pull the trigger, it could have been a big detrimental effect for Max Esports. But at least because of that, his team as a whole survives now. But fight brewing a lot more, and towards GG Instinct, while they are holding out at Riders Club. We spoke about this fight that could happen. Team 2XD, they also know that GG Instinct are right in front, but Team 2XD, they've not won a lot of their fights, and moving against GG Instinct, they're a set of young guns who have been proving themselves and they have been winning. However, right as now, Team 2XD, they want to do the same. It's not been their best, but Arvon gives them complete information. That was nice use of binoculars, but right now using information and using their bullets to their best to get eliminations is Autobotz.
Oh, lovely spray by Hooker. Kunal finds the elevation, but he just cannot help his teammates out. Tries to go in for the vending machine again. Gets MadGod online. But Venom goes down right in front of him, and he's powerless to do anything about it. Ashpon doesn't see them again. What is happening? Why is everybody blind? Arm 44 is getting the res right in front of him. He finds a tiny angle, and Kunal tries to spray them down, but he cannot get the confirmations anywhere. And at this point, Kunal also loses his life. Oh my lord, Revenant XSpark are here, knocking on the doors of Arman and his fallen teammates. And X-Divine, even though he's able to get the res onto Gopu, he cannot get all the eliminations. They could have had a lot more. Not gonna lie, 5 eliminations is very less for the amount of chaos that was going on over here.
But I'm surprised to see this side of Revenant XSpark at the start of the game. Not surprised on how GG Instinct are playing. They spot a player out and they're going to be quick on it and act. That's going to be GodLike's 10. His elimination also confirmed by GG Instinct. 7 total already, and this is what we spoke about. If you want to fight with GG Instinct, you better be the ones doing the damage for them at the very beginning. And right now, doing damage is going to be RZX towards Flame Esports. One of their players already been knocked and eliminated. Muzamil being challenged by Taz. Riptide to them used, and Muzamil couldn't do much. Taz run right to his face, and that's going to be an M590. A close-up shotgun. You can't dodge those bullets. However, Flame, Taj, he is not alone. He has opponents completely surrounded. If he tries to make a run, he will be put down. But he is putting Itachi down as he gets support from his teammates. And Flame, they surround RZX, and now RZX, they're the ones in trouble.
Yeah, they're gonna trapped over here. Raptor goes extinct as just like the rest of the dinosaurs. And Flame Esports take this win at the hub. They control this entire western sector of Solara. And with this one, they might just be able to get a couple of shots onto Tonde Nepal Esports as well, because we saw one of the teammates come close to hub. Let's see if he manages to escape, because he's kind of alone. Oh, nope, never mind. I take my words back. The entire team is over here.
Blue God, that was unfortunate. Now he has to go back towards the tracks, take it, and join his teammates. But right now, joining together for eliminations is going to be GG Instinct against Autobotz. Where was timing, precision, and play coming in from Autobotz. They take the launch pads, make a quick jump out of it because the zone was closing. And Autobotz know that they fight outside the zone, especially on Solara, they'll end up becoming victims for everybody else. And for the time being, it's going to be GG Instinct to find another opportunity in terms of eliminations at this spot. Revenant XSpark, who were busy trying to fight with Autobots who had just made their way inside the circle.
Yeah, they just dealt with Autobots, even though a couple of members of Autobots escaped and now they're on a revival spree. GG Instinct have done plenty of damage already. You know, 10 eliminations in the first circle itself is nothing to scoff at. And this means that they've been on the move, bro, because they're not going to find 10 eliminations sitting in one spot. These guys have been rotating everywhere. And they're using Solara's signature feature, the zip rails, to its maximum ability. They're using it to rotate quickly and get into fights before any team has a chance to react. You can see again how they can hear the gunshots between Total Winner and Revenant XSpark. And you know for a fact that GG Instant will try to steal it. Revenant XSpark do the damage, but GG Instant steal the eliminations away from Revenant XSpark. Oh my god, I feel bad for Revenant XSpark again. They just keep getting heisted away from, bro. Like,
see, out of all the games they've played, this has been their aggressive ones, and of that as well, their eliminations are being stolen away. But hey, that's the rules of GG Instinct. That's their way of play, and that's how we've seen them. And Riders now seeing towards a lot of eliminations is Flame. However, they are playing outside the zone, and Extreme X, they spotted that out. Toki, his elimination will be confirmed. Taz, this was the man who was getting every opponent closer and then instantly put his team right in front of them. But this time it's not really the case because he was all alone, and Tash only was able to do a knock towards Rusty. Quick was Flicker, will get the confirmation, and that's going to be 4 eliminations for Extreme EX. But Extreme X also have just recovered. But I'm surprised, wait, what? They're still players. And he went for a revival. That was quick. He does bring back Taj, but with giving away an elimination. Okay, Flame Esports, while they understand that they do not have much space, they still give up an opportunity. On the other end, fight does not stop. RNX, wherever they are, there are more teams surging in their direction and eliminations going in their way itself. They somehow recover out of it and they do it once again, and it's still happening at Delta Isle.
Yeah, I mean, given... Oh, wow.
Whoa.
Made me stop my words mid-air. I mean, he stopped his opponents mid-air and made me stop mid-breath to appreciate that shot. The point I was trying to make over here is that RNX have been in some very sketchy situations. There were situations where they had like one player alive and they were ignoring their opponents. They were getting snuck around. You already saw how many sneak-ins 2XT managed to do with them. So, given all the difficult situations that they have been in, I'm actually surprised that RNX have the chance to recover all 4 of their players and still farm 6 eliminations. But given the situation they were in, they should have had like at least 10 by now. So a lot of opportunities missed by RNX. But hey, it's still just the second circle. I think they can recover pretty quickly.
But unable to recover since the previous game is Total Winner, where we just thought that they are almost finding their way here in FFMAI 2026 Spring. But let's take a look at the instant replay. This is what happened where Tonde Nepal Esports, they thought they had the upper hand. Supreme tried his best. Nice launcher being used, M79. But Rasil was close. Taz will not be left all alone, and that is the jump with the cover coming in by Flame. They put an end to Tonde Nepal Esports. Unfortunate, while we are seeing that every team is about to recover, but that's only happening for one game, Crips. After that, they are unable to find that flow back again in the next game.
Yeah, that's when consistency comes in. If you do well in one game and then you just die very early on in the second one, then you're really not being consistent, you know? But GG Instinct have been pretty consistent so far, you know, just getting a lot of eliminations in almost all of their games. I think they just had like one bad game where they got eliminated outside of the top 8. But apart from that, they've been doing really well. Revenant XSpark have been doing really well. Autobotz, of course, as you can see, they have a bunch of eliminations to their name, even though they don't have a single booyah. So you can see that these teams are being consistent. Whereas teams like Total Winner, RZX, they've had one good game which brings them up into the 41 and the 36 points respectively, but in the other games they've been getting eliminated out of the top. You know, they're one of the first 3 teams to get eliminated. So yeah, that is why they are, you know, at the 41 point and the 36 point marker so far, while every other team is surging ahead of them.
One thing that I did notice while we were looking at the first 3 games and to the now 3 games that we are witnessing is the number of eliminations. While we were seeing 90 plus eliminations, even 100 at the game number 3, it has taken a big dip, 80 eliminations in the previous game, and right now it could even take a lower dip because teams have now understood how to play. Rather than just go full aggressive, they're strategizing, and right now strategizing for a fight is Extreme X against Revenant XSpark. They wanted to just hold the edge of the circle, but they're getting challenged number of times, and Revenant XSpark this time took up a challenge for themselves here on Solara to be aggressive. But Extreme X, understanding the Bowlmaker being called, they decide not to run right towards Revenant XSpark, want to call a compound as a safe haven for the time being. But afar is GG Instinct. If they see this fight brew up, they might decide to take a launch pad and jump right towards this fight.
I hope that they do so just for the entertainment value. But as a supporter, as a person who believes in strategic gameplay, I really hope that doesn't happen just yet. Although, also being a sadist, being a chaotic devil's advocate, I would hope to see that happen because Revenant XSpark and EXE have begun their fight. Extreme EX have already initiated this battle, even though they really did not need to. They force a battle 4v4 against Revenant XSpark, and Rusty gets the first knock onto Vincent. They're trying to find a way inside, which is being blocked by Glue Wall, but Sage will surprise his opponents, and that's the end of Revenant XSpark. 3 booyahs so far, but now they are one of the first teams to fall.
They changed their strategy and the entire play gets changed. However, Extreme X trouble is not going to be giving up. There's another team who just got revived by the revival point. That's going to be total winner. While this was happening, RNX, they get eliminated by, I guess, Team 2XD. Unfortunate for them, but fortunate for Extreme X because I think total winner, they don't have the best in terms of util ready for this battle, and they will run right towards them. And Extreme X know this is the advantage. Already Prince been put down and is going to be looking for another one. Sami trying his best. He's running circles around Extreme X as much as possible, but finally he will be put to rest by Tucson, and that is going to be another team wiped out by Extreme X, and a total of 12 eliminations. Big game by Extreme X.
Taz at least takes down 1 before he fights the dust. But 2XC can get the res on to Don't Cry. And they also are now 4-man strong. I think I might have just said that a bit too early because GG Instinct invade their little personal space. Swaroop has a knock, but instantly gets popped by Psycho. Psycho's M590 is doing a lot of damage. Patlu tries to go in for the res inside that tiny glue wall cocoon, but they will get surrounded once again. Psycho running circles around them. But no, Autobots are here and they're getting all the eliminations with just the flames. Giannis and Fahim have to escape now. They cannot afford to stay around for too long. But they still managed to get the res onto Psycho under such extreme conditions. They are going for the reses. That's incredible.
Somehow they pulled it off. I did not think that was possible. Tiger was almost inclining towards fighting them because he realized it was almost a 2v1 situation and they were circled or cornered in glue wall. But as soon as he realized that they're going to be reviving their teammates, Tiger finds an opportunity to move in the other direction. And right now, in the position he is, I'm not sure if he's found any vending machine. And Extreme X, they might have spotted him. They're trying to just check above the ridge, making sure their uphill climb is not going to be against them, because if that happens, it's going to be trouble for them. On the other end, Tiger, using his Morse, he spotted the opponent, wants to get closer and is moving in the right direction. They have no clue about it. Does he have the right weapon to get this up-close battle in his favor? Maybe pull off eliminations. He can land a knock, that we are sure of, but finding an elimination is going to be difficult. But with his glue wall, he is going to be giving away his position. Nothing much from here on for Tiger. For GG Instinct, in the top 4, he's made it. But can he pull through something?
Yeah, I really don't think he will be able to get anything else done. Maybe an elimination steal or 2 at best. I mean, GG Instinct have been stealing a bunch of eliminations here and there, so I wouldn't be surprised if he manages to do it again. Extreme EX don't seem to have seen him, but 2XT have, and they're spraying down his glue wall with the M249. Tiger has to relinquish that position, maybe get behind the monster truck. And if he gets behind the monster truck, he will have angles onto ABZ as well. Oh, never mind. Looks like ABZ have bigger problems to deal with using the Morse. Yeah, that's the best possible way to use this character, man. Just survive a little bit longer. Hopefully get your team 1 more placement point. And between the tires of this monster truck, Tiger is crouching.
I don't know how he's surviving. Extreme X to his left-hand side, Team 2XD on the other end, but they've been forced to battle with Autobotz, and that is the reason. Because Extreme X, they're picking up players from Autobotz, causing trouble, and this is the opportunity that Team 2XD want to take an advantage on. But unfortunately, it doesn't work out because all those eliminations go in favor of Extreme X, and they finally
they find him.
push their way towards Tiger. I don't know how he survived, but somehow he was surviving over there. But finally, even Autobots, they get to put to rest by Team 2XD. Finally, they at least find the last elimination, but this brings down to a 4v4 where Team Extreme EX, they have an upper hand, but even Team 2XD, they found their way towards this fight. Flickers put down Fahim, that's going to be trouble. Push already coming in, Gaudex 10 as well, and Sajin, he tries his best. It's only Don't Cry, the last man surviving, but Extreme X, they also have casualties at their end.
Both the teams have to lick their wounds. When both of them are down, 2 versus 2 situation turns into a 4v4 yet again as they all manage to get their rescues. But Tuskin with the double gets his team the booyah. Extreme EX surge through once again. The two Bangladeshi teams duke it out towards the end. And now as they pick up the booyah, they are more than happy to show off their jerseys.
What a game coming in from Extreme X. This is what we kind of wanted to see from their end. Similar to even what we were expecting from Max, but Extreme EX, they've been finally able to do. And yes, rightfully so, you guys need to flex your jerseys. Brilliant stuff being done coming in. And I think that was recovery as well. Really well done from their end. If you kind of see, Don't Cry had an opportunity, a 1v2 situation, but the teammates were quick to act and bring their players back up. But Don't Cry, oh, this was the way he found that final elimination on Venom. And that is the reason Don't Cry was a little too far from his teammates and Flicker had an advantage. If maybe Don't Cry was close by, there could have been a lot more knocks coming in from Extreme X's end where they would have been faltered and could have had an advantage for Team 2XT. But nice played, Flicker as the sniper holding from a different direction in the last shot we saw. That was the reason to change the game in their favor.
Yep, amazing performance from them. I would also love to see in the other screen later on if they have any Divas equipped, because to go for a res in the final 4v4 battle, it's a very ridiculous call and it requires a lot more information. You can only afford to do so when you know your opponent is also taking a bit of a sabbatical to heal themselves and revive all their fallen teammates. So it takes a lot of information and amazing 200 IQ plays in order to go for such a risky revive like that. And because Extreme Hex have all the information and because they had all the perfect conditions, they managed to convert this booyah with 20 eliminations, bringing them at a whopping total of 32 points. 2XT also, no credit taken away from them, had a phenomenal run. 14 points with just eliminations is incredible, which brings them to a total of 23. Flame Esports, just one less elimination than their other predecessors from Bangladesh at 19 points, which makes this a completely Bangladeshi dominant game. The top 3 teams in this Solara map are all from the same country, so one clear winner emerges over here. Then they are followed by GG Instant, Autobotz and RNX from India. GG Instant and Autobotz tied up at 18 points, and then there's a sharp decline with RNX at 13.
Now, there is one thing that we do have to kind of keep seeing is going to be GodLike's run after their initial 3 games. They've been just picking up 1 point in total. However, picking up a lot of eliminations was Flicker, the MVP also being him. He has a total of 9 eliminations, 6,000 damage coming in. That is big and brilliant. And especially to see that on day 1 itself, this is just unbelievable. On top of it, even has 9 assist scripts. Come on, we kind of end up seeing players playing like this when it's games they are already dominating, but this has not been a continuous dominating game, but they found a way to dominate and they've now done it with the wall brawl. Iris being pulled off, and this is not your sniper active skill meta that we end up seeing. Yes, Maro and Moko is there, but on top of that we end up seeing Iris plus Otto being brought in. I mean, at this point, this is just change in terms of meta and also bringing in new active skills into play. This is what we want to witness.
Yeah, and this is incredible because we don't generally see Iris in BR. A lot of teams pick this up in the class squad mode, but there is no Clash Squad this time in FFMAI. So it's really interesting to see Flicker use this, especially now that he's become the MVP for the second time today. And Flicker is just a whole new demon emerging from Bangladesh, because keep in mind that he used to be in Red Hawks last year, and this is not the first time he's playing Fire Max Asia Invitational. He also played last year where he did really well along with his other teammates from Red Hawks, but this time he separated from them, found his own little tribe, and all of them are doing so well right now. Sejan with the the default Russia setup along with the Oscar, Nikita, Joseph and Olivia. The only thing that he's got differently is the Dreki, which also isn't really a surprise. We've seen a lot more people pick it up. He's got 1700 damage with 3 eliminations and 9 assists. Hold up. How does Sejan have 9 assists, Rusty have 10 assists, and Flicker again has 9 assists while having 9 eliminations too? Who are all these other assists going to? Did they have their eliminations stolen from them?
Yeah, some of them have been stolen from them, because we did see in this game especially, right, a lot of eliminations were going away from players and not all were in their direction, especially even in this fight with Extreme X, Team 2XT and Autobotz having a fight amongst themselves. We did see Team 2XT try out, maybe look forward to eliminations, but Extreme X were taking it away, some of them being exchanged. However, to see, he did also bring up A124, so I think of all the teams we've seen so far, right, we are ending up that teams are now moving towards changing up their metas, because they understand that there is a lot to be explored when we come towards this OB53 update. Yes, a lot of active skills have been nerfed and you would have to kind of play around it, but that doesn't mean you cannot go back to the roots, which could have helped already. And I think bringing back A124 itself, pushing teammates and our opponents to disable their skills when you're up close and personal, works in their favor, and I'm so happy to see that happening right as of now. But with this done, right, Solara game number 5, there's still one more game left, but which game are we moving towards? That is the map randomizer right now that we are jumping towards. Is it going to be Bermuda, Kalahari? Is it going to be Purgatory? Alpine is not there, and that is the reason we end up seeing this next era. No, it is back towards Solara, so a back-to-back game is what we witnessed, Crips.
Alright, we have Solara yet again, and that's gonna be very exciting. And because Solara was just played, I think all these teams will have this game fresh in their minds. For some of them, it will be a blueprint that they can use to change their mistakes in this upcoming game. For some teams, it will just be trauma repeated all over again. And I certainly hope that it's the former. I certainly hope everybody uses their previous Solara game as a blueprint to avoid all the mistakes that they have made. I'm especially looking at teams like GodLike, because, I mean, let's be honest, they haven't been having the greatest of time in this tournament so far. Even Revenant XSpark, while they have been playing phenomenally all throughout the day, were one of the first teams to bow out in Solara. And this happened to... Did this happen to them in FFMIC? I am not really sure. I will have to jog my memory a bit for this. But historically, Revenant XSpark, it's not their strongest map. So I want to see if they can top this board and cross that 100-point marker above and beyond, and establish their authority at the end of day 1.
Now, every team wants to kind of make sure that they have the best start, right? This is what we have kind of been driving the narrative towards as well. That every team, irrespective of what happens, they have to understand that they just get 2 days to play out of the 3 days that we have here for the South Asia plane. That is because of the groups that you're placed. There are 3 groups, a total of 18 teams. 2 groups get to play on given 2 days. In the opposite, right? In terms of, hey, if you're playing Group B and C tomorrow, Group B, not exactly, I'm just saying, is going to be them playing with A. And later now, because Group B have played twice, it is going to be then A and C playing together, and that is going to bring us to our day 3 itself. This is how it is going to be, and meaning teams will get only 12 games in total to figure out whether they're in the top 8 race, meaning 10. It is not going to be half and half also, Crips. It's going to be 10 of the teams out of the 18 set who are going to be eliminated, and on top of that, after all they've done so far in FFMAI 2026 Spring, they will not get a part of the prize pool. You need to be in the main event to even get at least a part of the prize pool. But with that part, let's jump to our caster predictions. Let's see if we get something right this time. Revenant XSpark, we said this, guys. You guys on the chat as well have to keep them today, at least in terms of the form they were in. However, Solara did not go in that direction, but we still think they did change up strategy, right, Crips? And that is the reason we ended up seeing them going out super early. But on the other end, we also have Autobotz is the same team. I think that gives us a chance or a hint that tells us, hey, Autobotz might be moving the direction of a booyah. Hopefully it does.
Yeah, I mean, Autobotz almost had this one. And it seems like these guys have just been getting the close misses. Even in Kalahari, they came up into the top 3, but then they couldn't get the booyah. And Autobotz have just been missing out on their booyah by a tiny margin. But regardless of whether they do so or not, they end up getting eliminations on the abundance. So yeah, they have been farming up with just their elimination points, and that's why they're sitting in the top 3 of the overall standings already. I hope that they can finally convert this into a booyah. That's why I think both of us have picked them. I've put them on the number 1 spot. You put them on the number 3. I see that you've gone for Extreme X again. That's wonderful, considering that they just won the booyah in the previous game. Although I am gonna go out on a limb and take a risk by predicting GodLike as my second strongest team. Because Solara is being played back-to-back, I hope that they can learn from their mistakes.
I mean, I would have had GodLike, and I think this is something that I was even talking towards, how GodLike's form has changed completely. Solara was almost their highest scoring game. They were having so many eliminations. It could have been an easy 30 plus total point game in their direction, but something is going astray compared to their initial start today to these last 3 games, and moving towards the Solara once again after seeing another early elimination. I'm not too sure if they're trying something new, because also, right, we do not end up seeing Echo playing today. He was in the main lineup when we're seeing Arthez FFMIC 2026 Spring. But now we end up seeing Nobita back into the play. Something new that they're trying out. It did work out in the initial 3 games, but I think the other teams caught up to it. But right now, as we jump towards the last game of the day, you already know it is Solara. But can it repeat the same storyline of Game 5, or is it going to be completely different? Because every other team wants another opportunity to get their day right.
Yep. For the sake of entertainment, I hope that it's the latter. I hope that every team performs differently than what they did in the previous game. Because I want every other team who made mistakes to also step up. On your right, you should be able to see the overall standings of the day. As you can see, Revenant XSpark have already crossed the 100-point marker, with Autobotz and 2XT following closely behind. And EXC and GG Instinct have also entered the top 5 with 80-something points. But after that, there's a massive disparity between the 5th and the 6th place team, and after that, every other team just starts to dwindle away in points. So as we hop into Solara now, I hope that these guys can have some sort of redemption. Total winner, desperately in need of points, almost had a clash against Revenant XSpark, and then you can see Hunter and Aflatun going away from the main team. Aflatun tries to go off on his own, but gets surrounded. He dies. Even Sami is out. Prince thought he would be sneaky by proning up on top of this solar panel roof, but he's been found. And I think with just 41 HP to his name and barely any medkits, no glue walls to work with, I think he is just waiting to be finished off over here. Hunter will have to carry on the torch for his team. And there you go. Gopu Obi puts him out of his misery.
Unfortunate, again, total winner. Not the right start that they would have wanted, but Extreme X as well. An unfortunate start. 3 of the players have already been put down, and it is going to be against GG Instinct Flicker. The MVP of the previous game is the last one surviving, but he was very quick. Axe goes to the vending machine, brings them all back to life, and GG Instinct, they'll be happy that they got 3 eliminations, but does Flicker try to go out for a battle? But GodLike, they want to go for a battle. They're towards the studio right as of now. And the Blue God, he did get spotted out in the open, but Nancy doesn't have the right weapon for a mid-range or a long-range fight, and Blue God understands that and makes a run. However, GodLike have gotten the information, and they're now running towards Tonde Nepal Esports, but they are moving in the other direction. But finally, Nobita, he finds a knock, and Marco with his vehicle, he drives right by Blue God and confirms the elimination.
GodLike Esports finally off to a great start. 4 eliminations to their name, and they're chasing down Blue Hero. Marco wants to be the villain by shutting down this hero over here. If he sees blue, then Marco sees red. And right now, will Marco be able to get the elimination? Yes, he is. No, what? Blue hero! A double elimination onto Nancy and Marco. That's ridiculous. 1v2 pulled off with a 3rd player coming through. 2 more players just on the edge of this one. Look at that movement. He had a pixel to bounce off of that window. He uses that to jump towards the other side of the balcony, but despite his fancy footwork, Yogi finds him. I mean, I have to give credit where it's due, man. Even though Blue Hero died over there, he died like a hero. Took down 2 people before he finally bit the dust.
And that did kind of trouble GodLike, and it is going to trouble them even further because the team who tried to dodge one team and move in the other direction, they're back here towards GodLike, and that's going to be Tonde Nepal Esports. Yogi did try to make a run and he moves in the other direction while leaving Nobita all alone. Nobita trying his best to dodge as much as possible, but Yogi in right time revives his teammate and back in for the fight, but Nobita will not be able to withhold for long. He will be taken down. However, Blue God, he gets surprised back again, and it is Yogi who picks him up. And now trouble again strikes Blue Hero and Reagan. Can they do something different? They're trying to chase them on the tracks right as now, and Reagan trying his best. He will try as far as possible, just like how Flame will be able to try and get eliminations while reviving their teammates.
Yeah, so GodLike, all the revenge that Tonde Gamer Nepal wanted to get against them has been served, and revenge is the dish best served cold. Blue Hero tries to hop in for round 2, but gets taken down. Oh no, wait! The last player of Tonde Nepal Esports, the one who was away from this fight hoping to be the lone survivor, was hunted down by Revenant XSpark. So that's the end of Tonde Nepal Esports.
Right now, the start maybe for RNX as well as Max. RNX trying their best. They have 3 survivors. Well, they've taken out 2 of the players back at Delta Isle. I think either RNX or Max love Delta Isle a lot, because they've been fighting in this position for far too often, and Max have not won it, and now Team 2XD are also close by. Understanding this, after getting the revive, 2 of the players have moved in the other direction, but Arm 44, he's stuck. That's going to be a quick hit coming in, and in confirmation on the elimination. But there's still one more player. I'm pretty sure he'll also be sought after. But right now, sorting for more eliminations is even GG Instinct, who made their way here at Delta Isle. But it is going to be RNX's Arman who spots Swaroop, and GG Instinct were not sure that that is the fight they were walking into.
RNX, they want to take the high ground. And that is good enough, but they've now seen GG Instinct and they have shut them down. They came, they saw, they eliminated. Their next target, 2XD. Psycho lying down on the ground over there with no revival in sight. Will most likely be revived by his teammates through a vending machine. But that begs the question to RNX. Who else could be here? They use the binoculars, they see one player, and they will be very disappointed to see that that player has already bled out by the time they get there. And they don't know that their opponent that they saw via the binoculars has bled out. So they're going to take pot shots in the water. Still looking for someone that doesn't exist in the region. Oh my god, this game sometimes, it really messes with your head. It makes you see things that don't exist. It makes you hallucinate.
Yeah, and imagine it's not even a nightmare. It was actually reality, but it just turned in the other direction. But for now, GodLike, they want to turn towards another elimination, but Aflatoon, that was brilliant. A 1v1 with the agile of the opponent team and quick towards the vending machine. He did not even wait for a confirmation because he knew that there was more trouble right close by. And that is Max. As they take up that confirmation away from Aflatoon, he is now worried. However, he's gotten a revive on 2 of his teammates, but can Total Winner survive from here? Arm 44. He's the one who right now wants to take a fight, but it's going to be Ashborn who will put him down and also get the confirmation.
Well, despite all the things that Max Esports has been through, a slow start to this game would be the best thing that they would have hoped for. Last time they went out on a limb, they overextended, and they got picked off by several teams. Sometimes several teams at the same time. So yeah, even though they have 2 eliminations and it's a very humble start for them, I would much rather have them do this than go out on a massive elimination spree but then die out very early on. 3 eliminations is nothing to scoff at. It's just the first circle, so they can take their time. Circle shift north. Just a little bit of TV tower in the zone. A little bit of hub might also be present over here alongside Bloomtown. So GodLike are approaching from the southeast. And here you have the instant replay showing us how GG Instinct were eliminated. Oh, and there's the last player of Flames. He thought that he had escaped, but Revenant XSpark found him. And as they jump back into the live game, Don't Cry has a little zip rail chase going on as Adeeb is hot on his heels.
Oh, that is them playing with Don't Cry, and he's missing all of his shots. Unfortunate. But from afar, I'm sorry, it was him. I thought it was somebody else providing cover because we saw a knock on the player of RNX, but it was him itself before he went down. He got a knock, but that is all he gets. But that was big play coming in from RNX. That was nice movement on these rails. And that confused Don't Cry big time. But right as now, that also puts them in trouble because Team 2XD, they did lose one player and now they're down with the last two, who are close to a surge of teams. There's almost a cocoon of teams that they do not want to be close by, and GodLike 10, he's going to be spotted by Extreme X, who were on top of the roof and he had no information about. And now it comes down to one more player of Team 2XT if he could do something different. But Team Extreme X, they don't care about whether that player or a team has last survivor. They care about finding knocks and eliminations, and RZX, who are a little afar, they pick them off.
Extreme X, they kind of know that this vending machine is going to be heavily contested. They know that a bunch of other players want to come here. They found Fahim. Fahim thought that he was being sneaky. A glue wall, time turner, he's going to deploy everything, hoping to put some distance between him and his hunters. It's just too many of them. Rusty blows him up with that grenade launcher. And that's the end of Fahim, but luckily, not the end of 2XD.
Thankful. And as you mentioned about that vending machine, he was there, revived his teammates.
Sorry to cut you off. He didn't even need the res, did he? Or did he already manage to do it? Because I see the rest of 2XD are all alive.
He did it just before going. That's what I was wondering, because he was the
Mission
last one as GodLike 10 went down. But as of now, however, Extreme X, their hunt for eliminations has not died. We already spoke about RZX. They were in a 2-2 split. Their eliminations also get confirmed, and that's going to be a total of 7 eliminations. However, RZX Esports, it's not a full team elimination for them. 2 of their players managed to make it out back towards the circle. Revenant XSpark, in the meantime, coming back to their strategized survival passive gameplay as they started on a hot note with 9 eliminations that they already have. Now want another booyah to end the day.
I'm actually surprised that Revenant XSpark can stay out here in the open of Archway and nobody's coming to contest them. Like, they're out here nicely upgrading their weapons and...
yeah, get an ultra air drop.
Yeah, and surprisingly, nobody is coming anywhere close to them. Look at the minimap. Nobody is anywhere over here. They use the binoculars just to see that there's nobody in the vicinity. Oh, finally they see someone. They see Max Esports. But again, there's still quite a lot of distance between them and Max, and they can't really full send onto them just yet because why would you? You have a nice elevated compound in the circle, and the third circle will start shrinking and bringing more teams in. Speaking of bringing teams in, Autobotz Esports, they want to invade Nancy's little trailer. Will Nancy be able to survive this one? Nope, Venom shuts him down. Yogi tries to change the outcome, but it's Marco who might be able to make a difference. As soon as he gets one elimination, he gets shot in the back. Mad God comes in for the trade, and it's just up to Nobita. He has to disengage.
He is too far, even if he thinks he has an opportunity. He had a launcher, but I think he's moving in the right direction to at least get Yogi back up. Autobots have that idea, but having another idea of confirming these players from RZX who they had fought a little ahead. They're going back again. Time Turner trying to being used by Raptor, but it does not work out. Now it's up to Itachi. He's also been spotted. Rusty is holding him with his P90. He makes a run with the use of glue walls. Flicker is going to try and cover him off, and Rusty with his P90 puts an end to the run of RZX Esports at the 9th spot.
Oh no, Nobita. Come on, now you gotta go in. Or rather go out. Whatever works for you, whatever floats your boat. He's been on a revival mission since the start. And now he can't even go for this particular vending machine. He has to go all the way around TV tower. Maybe even outside the zone to hopefully get the res onto his teammates. But is that worth it? I mean, because it's a third circle. And like within just like 20-something seconds, the third circle will shrink and the fourth circle will deal even more damage. So if he goes outside the circle to get the res, he better have a bunch of medkits and super medkits to his name.
Hopefully, fingers crossed. But only Nobita knows what his plan is. He's making his way back again. While in the meantime, I did see Total Winner picking up and them also surviving for far too long. This is looking good for Total Winner. Nobita made his way back to TV tower only to get a vehicle and make a run out of here. But on the other end, Extreme X, they decided to take the edge at Archway, where Revenant XSpark were already keeping it as a fortress. They've lost 2 of their players. It's up to Flicker and Rusty, and Flicker also goes down as the last member. And Extreme X, they get eliminated, and Revenant XSpark keeping their edge of the circle towards their last and final game.
Oh my god, Nobita playing Tokyo Drift out here. Nah, he gets shot down. There's way too many bullets heading in his direction. RNX, all 4 players turn around and shooting down. Especially when Arman has that M249X, it will chew through your car's HP within a matter of seconds. Autobotz now engaging against Total Winner. Prince and Hunter managed to get the managed to get the knock onto Canal, but Mad God goes for the mad dash around that glue wall cocoon and gets one more. Prince gets the confirmation. Hunter trying to break down that cocoon of glue walls and find an angle onto Mad God, but that gives Mad God plenty of time to repair his armor. Glue wall melter thrown in. Will he be able to get the angle? Oh no, wait, Max Esports are here and they're shooting down RNX. Adib, why are you going out of your way to get the elimination onto Mad God? Well, at least he's done that, and now Autobots are out.
Total Winner, they decide to wrap up that fight and move back out of this at the right time, but they do not have enough members to kind of fight out in this final fight. RNX in a similar situation is going to be a 2v3 if these two fight, but on the other end, Revenant XSpark, after winning out a fight, they have all their 4 players still standing strong, and the team that we did already speak about, Max, now closing the distance as the zone is closing in. RNX have the advantage, but on the other end, Aflatoon sends off a shot, and that will tell RNX to be wary in the direction they're moving in. Nice glue wall put by Aflatoon to dodge the nade, but melters being used once again. These were the melters who brought trouble for Mad God, but from the other direction, Riptide Rhythm and Team Total Winner in a big sandwich. Somehow Aflatoon still holding at the edge of the shrub is helping him out, but for how long? Another nade and Hunter's down. Aflatoon, the last man standing. The other team also has the address, and a nade, the final kapat goes through, and Arman gets that confirmation, and that is going to be down to our last 3 teams.
Oh my god, Arm 44, extremely unnecessary risk while taking that jump pad. And Arman with the M249 sprays them down. I never thought that the M249X would be so deadly in anyone's hands. I need to try it as well. I haven't given it a shot after the OP53 update, but damn, if these players can make it look so easy, then even I think I will be able to wield it. Meanwhile, Max Esports are now in a very difficult situation. Trapped between a rock and a hard place. Trapped between RNX and RNTX. Max Esports have no hope. All they can do is wait for their imminent doom. And at this point, it's a competition between RNX and Revenant XSpark about who will get those eliminations. It's the nades from XDivine that get them the points.
This is a big game coming in from RNX. They have not at all shown like this in the entire day so far. But right now, 17 eliminations, but the number in favor for Revenant XSpark. Adib so up close, wants to fight with Gopu, but the damage being better from Revenant XSpark. And RNX trying their best. Gopu wanted to go around the edge of the wall. Melter was about to be thrown. Steffi being used, making sure if there are nades being tossed, it will all be dodged. Ursh also trying his best, jumping across the wall. Cassie's healing also coming into play, but Gopu, his position finally compromised, but he puts up a glue wall again, but Ursh with the dash doesn't still find an opening, and Arman finally moves in to join his teammates in this 3v4.
The Great Wall of Solara depriving Revenant XSpark of their 4th booyah, and RNX standing in their way. This is turning out to be a very long drawn battle. All the damage that was dealt has already been recovered. The Riptide Rhythm finally exposing Adib, only puts him down at half HP, but Gopu finds the opening. He goes ahead of the wall, and Gopu with the triple gets Revenant XSpark their 4th booyah of the day.
What a start coming in from Revenant XSpark. This is the South Asia play-ins, and they want to make sure they make their region proud. And this newest addition, this young lad, Gopu OP, indeed OP. 3 eliminations, and all those 3 were the last survivors of RNX. He found the opening on Adib, and from there on, kept putting other players down. What a play coming in. Revenant XSpark, 4 booyahs out of the 6 games of day 1 of FFMAI 2026 Spring, and this is how they perform on an Asia Invitational.
Obi, these are some really good nades from Arman, not gonna lie. I really thought that Total Winner would have a better chance over here, even though they put up the glue walls and they were hiding behind the hedge. It did not help them at all. Even Max Esports found themselves in a similar situation where they were trapped between a rock and a hard place, and the nades finally did it. And oh my, huh? This looks so much more impressive from Gopu's perspective.
Yep.
It's so much faster than it looks. Damn, bro. Every time I think that I know what these players are capable of, they go above and beyond. They impress me even more than I was impressed before.
And I'm pretty sure all of us had this question of how this change would come into play, especially directly for Fire Max Asia Invitational 2026 Spring and Revenant XSpark. This is no more a spark, as we said. This is the god themselves, the god of thunder right now, with a spark and lightning bolts thrown all across all the games that we've seen so far. And what a game to end on. We were just talking about start on a really great note, but Revenant XSpark even end up finishing on a high note, and this is going to be the highest points into a start of Fire Max Asia Invitational 2026 Spring. I'm still in awe of what Revenant XSpark have done so far in just one given day, and so far of all the eliminations that we've seen, right, this game had the highest in terms of total eliminations as well. 111 eliminations. We kept seeing teams getting their teammates back up, down, revive, vending machine, all of that, and Revenant XSpark with a total of 31 points is what we see them. 19 eliminations, and RNX, a team who did not have a great start but come towards the end, almost towards a booyah, with their own 17 eliminations to make a total of 26 points.
Yeah, amazing stuff from both Revenant XSpark and RNX. 26 points for them as well. But then there's a sharp drop-off. Autobotz at 18, even though they have plenty of eliminations to their name. Extreme X also 12 eliminations, almost tied up with Autobotz, but they have 3 less placement points, and they are now tied up with GodLike Esports, who finally seem to have woken up, but it might be too little too late. They are also tied up with Max Esports. Again, there's so many teams tied up at 15 points each.
Alright, as now tying up in terms of MVP with himself is gonna be Vincent. Yes, his damage compared to the previous game where we ended up seeing from Flicker is not there at 6,000, but still 4,508. And in terms of the normal sniper meta that we've seen on top of the skills, we see a Skylar, Moko, Suzy and Maro with the AWM being brought and the Airborne as well. So this is what we see normally, and Vincent going about it in out of the 4 games we end up seeing, I think 3 was him being, no, it was 2. One was Divine, and there was one more in the very first game that we ended up seeing an MVP coming through. But hey, Vincent, I've always said this man's journey, he was so very crucial as that sniper when we saw in Tez FFMIC 2026 Spring. As soon as he's activated, he has the distance to snipe people off. That's when Revenant XSpark find their opportunity. They find their actual spark. This man is the spark for the team.
Yeah, he is the spark for the team. And the coolest part is Vincent and X-Divine, both of them are really good snipers if they pick up that particular character. If you guys know that some of them, they were using the whole Nero and the Skylar double anti-glue wall setup in the Fire Max India Cup. Now obviously X-Divine has moved on to a more well-rounded approach while he tries to be the support / the grenadier of the team. Chrono, puts him in a defensive position. Beaston and Alvaro gets him the Grenadier abilities and the Moko in case he wants to pick up any other sniper. It seems like X-Divine is trying to do everything, but Vincent over here, being the dedicated sniper that he is, has been able to farm up 4,000 damage. So that's incredible from him. Gopu OP also has a lot of eliminations. He's got 7 eliminations with 8 knockouts, although he has significantly lesser damage than Vincent. But both Gopu and Ursh bringing him 2,400 and 2,200 damage apiece puts Revenant XSpark firmly at the top. And it's this consistency that nets them 4 booyahs in a single day.
And on top of that, I think X-Divine with his precision, and we've been talking about it, and especially I think in India as a region, everybody kind of does tend to Divine being one of the finest IGLs out there, and he's been able to read circles really, really well. And so far he has shown us that in the entirety of the 6 games we had on day 1. But let's jump into circle analysis. Revenant XSpark, again we're aggressive from TV Tower. We end up seeing towards Echo Drain. They chased GodLike, and then they moved towards Studio, where we saw GodLike as well as Tonde Nepal Esports fought, but Tonde Nepal Esports unfortunate, and that is where we saw Tonde Nepal Esports get actually eliminated, because Revenant XSpark, they were on the chase, and then they moved towards Archway, where Extreme X, who are almost looking like a team who are about to put an end to many teams on the run, because they were the ones who put Revenant XSpark out in the last Solara game.
Yeah, but even though Extreme X have been looking really solid all day, they falter in the last game, which clears up the path for Revenant XSpark to pick up their 4th Booyah. Otherwise, both these teams would have been tied at 3 each. And so far, only 2 teams have dominated the Booyah charts today. It's Revenant XSpark and Extreme X. Revenant XSpark with 4, Extreme X with 2 of them. If somehow Extreme X won that battle on Archway, then they would have been tied at 3 apiece. Which, not gonna lie, that makes the storyline a lot more entertaining that way. But hey, at least Revenant XSpark emerged the clear winner on day 1. RNX also pretty impressive stuff from them, getting plenty of eliminations, 8 of them coming from the first circle itself, which shows you how aggressive they were all throughout. They also have a bunch of more eliminations in the 4th and 5th circle, which basically let them stay alive. They didn't really go out looking for those fights, but they were contesting the more popular areas, the best possible spots in the circle, which naturally all the other teams also want. So they end up getting a lot more eliminations that way. A team that did surprise me over here today is Flame, because they got like 6 eliminations and they were performing really well in the first circle. And just when I thought that they could, make a comeback, have some resurgence, they flamed off towards the first circle itself. That's why they are stuck at 43 points. Tonde Nepal Esports below them at 31. And then above them, you have RZX with 46 points, total winner at 56. And after that, there's a massive difference between them and GodLike Esports, with GodLike being at 70. But then RNX Max Esports and GodLike are just a few points away from each other. And that brings you to the bottom 7 of the table. As you get into the top 5, the difference is staggering. The top 3 teams have 100 plus.
Yeah.
How do you have 3 teams with 100 plus points in a single day? That's ridiculous.
And imagine, right, that the teams at the top have so much points that the teams towards the next, right, have to pick up pace. Especially, I think, teams at 6, 7, 8, they're sitting at 77 to the team at the 8th spot, that is GodLike, who are sitting at 70 points. Almost double the amount of difference if you compare it with Revenant XSpark, who are sitting at a total of 133 points at the end of day 1. This is a big testament to start off on Fire Max Asia Invitational 2026 Spring. Brilliant stuff from their end to pull off such a big 4 Booyah game. But on top of that, also their strategy, right? I think we kind of saw how they switched up their aggression in game number 5, which did not work out. But they made it work when they stitched it with both strategy of aggression and passive play, which got them their last Booyah. However, one team that I would want to point that they made their resurgence is going to be RNX. I was kind of surprised of, hey, what's happening to RNX? This is not something that they would have expected from these young lads. They showed up bright performance towards the end of our LAN tournament. But then when we came towards game number 5, game number 6, felt comfortable in Solara, I feel, and they've jumped to the 6th spot. That tells us that, yes, RNX are back in track towards what they wanted to do. But I think even Team 2XD, you have to give it to them. But as a whole, right, today's whole day, one thing to take away is 2 teams, or rather the 2 regions who have played previously in the 25 season are now understanding how to play here in Fire Max Asia Invitational 2026 Spring. That's both India and Bangladesh. Brilliant stuff done on day 1.
Yes, these 2 regions have been sufficiently dominant today. And while there were only 2 Pakistani teams in the mix today, they were sitting at the 9th and 10th spot, with Tonde Nepal Esports, the only representative of Nepal, sitting at the absolute bottom. But hey, this is just the first day, Maybe these teams will have a bit of a recovery tomorrow, because tomorrow we are going to have a lot of exciting games again. 6 matches one more time. And then day after as well, we will have a bunch of other games. So these guys have a total of 18 games to make sure that they get inside the top 8.
And tomorrow we're going to be seeing Group A especially coming in. A lot of Indian fan favorite teams coming into play. That's a lot of excitement, especially for the Indian audience who are viewing us from homes across the country. And along with them, a lot of more new faces that you'll be end up seeing, such as Reflex United making their comeback here, Crips.
Yep. And that's why I would like to once again remind you guys to subscribe to this channel so that you do not miss when we go live. And once again, we will see you again tomorrow at the same time and the same place. Have an amazing evening, and we will see you for some more high-octane Fire Max action.
Yeah.